Well, welcome to the Greening of Streaming second annual summit. Sorry, I'm juggling 30,000 things in all sorts of directions here. I hope you're all well. I hope you can all hear me. I hope we've got the tech right first time. I'm sure you're all familiar with the trials and tribulations of getting streaming right. That's why we're all here after all. So, well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the second annual summit of Greening of Streaming. My name is Don Robinson of streaming software company Ideas. And as most of you know, I founded Greening of Streaming last year, having spent the previous 3 decades working on the coalface of live production and distribution. 1 year on, we've picked up a huge amount of support and momentum, with 22 members at the time of preparing the presentations today, and with new members joining every week or two. We're both humbled and proud at the support that Greening of Streaming has found in the community. Today's event provides an opportunity for members to I missed myself there. To look back on our first year of work, focusing together on reducing sustainability impacts and energy waste in the delivery of streaming. It's purposefully going to be a high-level, fast-moving, rapid-fire review, aiming to scratch the surface of the many issues that we're all discussing, and to stimulate thought among the audience, and hopefully court some of you to get your organisations involved as members and to dig deeper into the areas which have caught your interest. Obviously, at our heart is the cardinal rule of Greening of Streaming: no greenwashing. So we're avoiding unsubstantiated claims, made up metrics and fantasy accounting, but we are absolutely about making real engineering differences. And so do expect some of the discussion today to be about deep engineering, both in terms of software development and in terms of telco and infrastructure deployment. You may find a surprising lack of discussion about carbon. We're all streaming and CDN engineers, and we tend to constrain ourselves to talking about watts. Our working group 1 has produced an interesting document on watts and how they relate to streaming. And if you're interested, catch me later and we'll get that out to you. And watts are our baseline currency, since we really understand them. A reduction of wattage tends to benefit both the environment and, particularly regarding the energy cost challenges we're all facing at the moment, the economics of streaming. However, we have close allies from across the public policy and climate science environment included in the programme, who are going to help us relate our efforts to the real world and keep us on track for the greater good. Despite the norm of fierce competition between us in the day-to-day commercial context, one of the great privileges in getting Greening of Streaming up and running has been to see those swords sheathed and a shared understanding that, in the context of sustainability, we only win if we all win. I have to admit, I've been quite testy with some telco analysts that have been framing corporate sustainability efforts as part of a commercial competitive advantage. The fact is, you can't win a sustainability competition on your own. You can't save the planet on your own. You can't reduce energy consumption in isolation. At heart, Greening of Streaming is absolutely about fostering the collective effort to change not just our companies, but our entire industry's way of doing things. If we find a better way, we share it. If our competitor needs to learn how to do things more energy efficiently, we teach them. Greening of Streaming is a noble cause, and as you'll hear today, we think this collaboration brings benefits to all. And yet, all the while, we're still advancing stream as the norm for both live and on-demand video and audio consumption, inexorably replacing traditional broadcast, I do like a testy comment, and improving quality and user experience all the time. With more than 30 speakers in the next 5 hours, there's no time to hang about. If you'd like to find out the full details about Greening of Streaming's history and activities and discuss membership, then do obviously reach out to me or to Adam Cohen, Greening of Streaming's exec director, who we'll hear from in a moment, and let's get on a call. And if you really want to understand what motivates our members, please let us put you in touch with any of our members, and you can ask them to explain. Our members are invariably our greatest membership sales force. Okay, so some of you will recall that we held a really fantastic real-life public launch earlier this year in the UK Houses of Parliament. While we're only starting out in the UK and have aspirations to reach into the European Parliament next year and into the US in due course too, we were sponsored at that first foray into the public policy arena by 2 UK MPs, and in an unusual show of profoundly important cross-party support. Regardless of your politics, it is clear that Greening of Streaming is striking a chord that's shared by all. At the event in the summer, we didn't really feel we had enough time to explore the public policy side of things. And we asked both of those sponsors to come back today, alongside a representative from the Office of Communications, which is the UK's communications regulator. Unfortunately, Matt Warman could not join us due to the change in Prime Minister earlier this week, and his ministerial briefings haven't been established yet. So he sends his apologies. However, we are absolutely delighted to welcome Dr. Alan Whitehead, MP and Shadow Minister for Green New Deal and Energy, back with us to start proceedings with a few words. And just before I ask Alan to take the virtual stage, can I note that throughout the day, if you have a burning question, please pop it in the Zoom Q&A box. While we'll be unlikely to get through more than one or two live on air, I'll ask the speakers to stick around and reply in text after their live sessions. Also, we have time limits today, so even for the MPs, I will be ringing bells when we reach our timing limits so that we don't have a knock-on effect through the next 5 hours and delay the later speakers from getting on their inevitable flights to IBC. Now, I'm going to have to look away from the camera for a second and find Alan in the old Zoom gallery to bring him to the fore. Let me just see if I can do that. If we do this and I press the magic buttons correctly, Alan should be live on camera. Dr. Alan Whitehead, how are you, sir?
Thank you, Tom. I'm very well. As you will know, I'm not involved in the shenanigans that are going on with the new Prime Minister and all the new posts that are being created and various people sitting at their desks waiting to get the phone call, or alternatively waiting to see whether they're going to be tipped out of their red boxes. All that's happening this afternoon. I am completely apart from that because I am, of course, a member of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition.
And I feel safe this side, so that's great. Over to you, sir.
Well, thanks very much indeed, Dom, for inviting me indeed back again to talk to this summit this afternoon. And I'm not actually going to say too much that's brand new, but perhaps emphasize some of the things that, Dom, you've been saying over a period of time, indeed a number of other people have, about how important greening and streaming is in terms of what is going on with ICT and its emissions pattern, and how low on the radar, unfortunately, that area of importance appears to be with legislators and policymakers. Now, to take that that in order, we know, roughly speaking, that ICT accounts for about 3% of global emissions. That is, all the activities that, mainly electrical activities, obviously, that go into ICT, produce about 3% of global emissions. But of course, no one can ever see those global emissions being produced because they're all over the place. They're in in server centers, they're in transmissions, they're in all the things that go into the so-called magic of streaming. Streaming now 70% of that 3%, and those who are better mathematicians than me can work out exactly what that means in terms of global emissions. But certainly the rise of streaming has meant that most of the emissions now that are in the ICT field as a whole now come from streaming. And a number of people have said, well, that's about the same level of emissions as aviation. And whereas with aviation, we're beginning to get quite an international combination of outcry about what are we going to do about aviation emissions? Are we going to bring it into international protocols? UK has brought that into its own climate change targets. Big discussion about whether we should stop flying or whether we should continue to fly with aircraft with alternative fuels, all that sort of stuff. And so the comparison with aviation is an interesting one, in as much as aviation has hitherto been regarded as something you really can't capture in terms of national targets for greenhouse gas emission reductions as far as climate change is concerned. And as I said, it wasn't until fairly recently within the UK's targets, and that's partly because aircraft don't conveniently fly within any national jurisdiction. They fly across the world. How you divvy up what emissions have been produced in what part of the world and so on has always been a big difference, and obviously an understanding that as far as aviation and emissions concerned, this has to be an international effort rather than the efforts of any particular government. So there are some very interesting parallels, I think, with what is now happening as far as ICT and particularly streaming is concerned. And it's also an important issue to discuss, just as it is with aviation, because although that 3% doesn't sound like an enormous amount of total emissions across the world, as all those other areas of emissions come down, and we've seen energy emissions reduce enormously over recent years, then that 3% becomes 5%, 10%, 12%, 15% of a smaller pool, but increasingly becomes dominant, just as aviation is beginning to become more dominant in emissions considerations, not because the figure looks big at the moment, because of what will happen as other areas contract, unless we actually do some work on contracting the emissions in ICT in the same way as people are doing in other fields. And of course, that's a very difficult thing to do, certainly as far as national legislators are concerned, because again, where do you start? I mean, what is it that's within your national purview in terms of the multiplicity of things that take place in order, as I think Dom, you yourself described as the magic of streaming, that by and large people just turn their set on, flick through to what they want to see. They're not aware that a whole load of things are actually then put into action, all of which, again, as I think you pointed out, have to be all ready and active and going and whirring away in the background before any particular streaming can take place. So you've got a large amount of energy, electricity use going on, both in the background and in the process of streaming itself, but none of it is visible to the person who's receiving the streaming. And indeed, the general public understanding of this is it's magic, and someone is sorting it out somewhere. Thank the Lord, it's not us. And it appears to be quite weightless. It's not harming anybody. It's not. It comes through the air and you stream it out. Well, we know that that's not the case, and that we've actually got to get, in terms of our climate targets, we've got to include everything within it, and that includes ICT. We cannot continue as legislators to assume that somehow either this is really weightless, so we needn't bother about it, or if it's not weightless, then it's someone else's problem because most of the stuff that's going on around the world isn't within our jurisdiction. So that's the difference we've got to make if we're serious about climate change and how everything has to work together in order to get us down to our net zero targets in the UK. And that's why I was such a keen welcomer of the greening of streaming initiative a little while ago, because it's the first time that I've really seen industry and people associated with it actually get seriously to grips with that big problem. But with the underlying point, which I think is also really important for all of us, it's not talking about closing the industry down or stopping these things happening. It's talking about how we can do it in a much more efficient and effective way, so that we're using much less electricity, but getting the same sort of results, so that we are getting to the goal, which I think is really important in terms of climate politics, that we are not saying to people, drive around in handcarts and wear sacking and live in caves. We're saying your life will be pretty much as it is at the moment, but actually far, far, far more energy efficient and far greener in all the processes that are undertaken. And I think if streaming can actually get itself into that mold, that yes, it not only is an essential part of our lives now, but it's going to be increasingly pervasive and all important, and that streaming has to be a part of the climate solution and not a part of the climate problem, then we'll have made some really big progress. And that's why certainly I will continue my congratulations, Dom, for getting this initiative going, and hopefully reaching far, far larger numbers of legislators than just myself and Matt, and getting across to them that actually not only is this a big problem, but actually it's a problem we can do a lot about, and we can do a lot about it in a very compatible way with the lifestyles that we want to lead at the moment.
Awesome, Alan. Thank you so much for your continued support. And in fact, you know, there are questions and some advice which I think probably off air, given the time pressures today, which certainly Adam, myself, and other members would like to seek from you, which is how best to engage not just in the UK but with other parliaments and other policy groups around the world. I know you're obviously a professional from our UK Parliament, or at least a lifelong parliamentarian here in the UK. But I'm sure that that's given you insights and awareness about how we can best engage in other territories as well, because as you so rightly say, this is not a single territory issue. And yes, I think if there's any particular thought you have on that comment, please feel free to add it now, and then I'm going to ask Simon from our regulator to join us. But before that, yes, Alan, if you've got any thoughts about how we can best engage internationally. It feels to us that snowballing through picking up support locally is the best starting point. Understanding how policy can, how we can support policymakers here in the UK first is a good way for us to learn. But obviously, we're a very international group of people, and you know, Europe's definitely forging ahead. But I would suggest that some of the contributing data sets that they've been basing policy on are well intended, but are possibly not comprehensive enough. In fact, I think that Ernesto's questions in the Q&A highlight some of the sort of questions which are on the tip of all of our minds and so on. So yes, if you've got any thoughts about how we might approach, might be too long a question to answer now, but
well, just very briefly, I mean, you're absolutely right. This is well, I think you're right, and I think I've underline that to some extent, that this is one of these things where pretty much every single parliament in the world has the same sort of approach of, oh yeah, this could be an issue, but it's not our issue because it's somewhere else. So we've got to start fixing how to get to that somewhere else. And one of the key things I think that needs to happen is that the whole question of streaming and indeed the relationship of ICT and streaming and the carbon footprint it produces needs to be within the realm of the COP discussions going forward. The Conference of the Parties, the one we had in Glasgow just recently, and the one that's coming up in Sharm el-Sheikh, COP27. And I think it's an area that ought to start coming into those discussions in a much greater way than has happened previously. And that we could, for example, start talking to, it so happens that, you know, Alok Sharma is the COP president for this next year. start talking to those kind of figures to say, look, we're here and ready to do something about it. So what kind of stage can you start to offer us for getting that international dimension firmly into context? Because there is a real problem of a first mover in this. That, as I say, most national legislatures just don't think it's their problem, and therefore are only prepared to do pretty limited things about it. And we've got to get that onto a much firmer international context, I think.
That's great. I think that's fantastic advice, and I'll be hot off the end of the sessions today with Adam going, right, how do we get engaged in COP27? I think that's a great pointer. I think that's something that we need to reach out to our members and seek support in. Dr. Whitehead, could I ask you to sit in the wings for a minute or two? We're going to invite Simon Parnell from Ofcom to take the floor. Now, this is a different side of public policy that we need to engage with and offer our support to. Regulators, obviously, around the globe have an active responsibility in helping to make change in environments like communications industry. So, Simon, I'd like to ask if you could step to the fore. I'm going to disappear into the background for 10 minutes and tell us a little bit about Ofcom's activities, please. Oh, I might need to release your mute button. 1 second. Maybe that's me. There we go. I think you should be able to unmute now.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Perfectly, thank you.
Great, okay. I'm going to use some slides in a minute, but I'll first of all just speak. So I'm Simon Parnell. I'm Principal Advisor from the Communications and Media Technologies Group at Ofcom, where with my colleagues, and I'll mention in particular Emma, Joes and Sam in this, besides other activities, we're working to understand the carbon emissions and obviously by that the cost and the consumption of the industries that we regulate. So I'm going to move to some slides. Let's hope that this works. Let me see. So I'm hoping that you can now see some slides.
That's great.
Our mission, which is to make communications work for everyone, applies to fixed and mobile telecoms, to TV, radio, video on demand, post, and of course spectrum. And we have duties to support consumers, to promote competition, and to protect people from harm. What we don't have currently is a duty in regard to the environment. But we do think about a range of environmental issues as a contextual factor, from the government net zero targets. Sorry, I'll switch to that next slide. From the government's net zero targets to the resilience of networks and services, even to extreme weather risks. We've been spending time with our stakeholders, understanding what they're doing to move towards net zero and greater sustainability. This slide shows many of the things that they're doing, and I don't think I've got time to go into them all, but I do want to call out the Albert Initiative, in which broadcasters have developed collectively a methodology for measurement in production, which has accelerated change. Then, of course, there's the electrification of vehicle fleets and the recycling of consumer premises equipment. And I guess this isn't a surprise, all of our stakeholders face challenges with reporting supply chain emissions. I think many of the people on this call will understand that. And finally, and I want to talk about this later, the communications industry has a huge opportunity to effect change across the whole UK economy through what's called the enablement effect. Now, Alan was just talking about reducing the impact of communications. But in fact, of course, communications actually is the lever by which so many other industries will change. We're actually demonstrating the enablement effect right now. None of us have traveled, and yet we're all meeting together, saving the planet hundreds of tons of carbon emissions. And I'm hoping he'll laugh about this, but saving Dominic and Adam a massive bar bill. So right, so we've spent time as a group looking at the energy usage and efficiency of a range of technologies in our sectors. We've looked at fiber versus copper, 5G versus 4G, streaming versus broadcasting, IP telephony versus PSTN, that's the public switch telephone network, and of course the consumer devices that we use at home. Well, the topic today is streaming, and in this work we commissioned Carnston, a consultancy, to build upon the work that they've already carried out in the what's called DIMPACT, and indeed in a project called LOCAT, with more specific data from Arqiva, that's the UK's transmission provider, and of course ourselves at Ofcom, to look at this comparative question, streaming versus broadcasting. We're going to be publishing the report, the full report, quite soon. But you'll see from these graphs that the study shows that the energy used per hour of streaming is today about 48% higher than it is for broadcasting. So you'll see the black line on the left, which is the total energy consumption per viewing hour for streaming, and on the right-hand side, the total amount of energy consumed per hour for broadcast. That's taking into account that OTT is often used on smaller devices, for example, your tablet or your small computer. If we were just to look at TV sets, the figure rises actually to a difference of 60%. And much of that difference, as you can see from these graphs, is in the home, consumed in the router and the peripherals. And of course, the constant factor here is the viewing device itself, the purple line on these graphs, which is quite significant. So in each case, the contribution from the home is around about 90%. So 90% of the energy when you're streaming and indeed when you're watching broadcast is actually being consumed in the home and not in other parts of the system. Now, given these numbers, which are rather challenging, we thought that we should look at the consumption of in-home communications and entertainment equipment. And we carried out a consumer survey to look at the take-up on use of devices. Let me just move to that slide. And factored in the typical energy consumption, both when on and when in standby of these devices. The results are actually quite surprising. An average household in Britain today uses as much power each day running its TVs, PCs, smart speakers, phones, peripherals and network devices, for example, your routers, your extenders, even the mesh network many of you will have, as it would take to boil 100 cups of tea. Now, I don't drink that much tea a day, but I do like it. But nevertheless, we're using as much energy in the average household as it would take to boil 100 cups of tea. And that is about 30% of a household's electricity usage. Quite a large number. Well, given the current cost of living crisis, we believe that it's appropriate that we help consumers by giving some tips as to how household communications devices can be used more efficiently. And we're planning to issue some communications on this topic in the next few weeks. Well, finally, as I mentioned earlier, we're experiencing the benefits of video conferencing today. And Dominic's bar bill will be benefiting from that as well. And we're looking at the role that our sectors, the sectors that we regulate, need to play in the decarbonisation of a huge range of other industries. Communications, telecommunications, is very much key to future changes in transport, in energy, logistics, and health. We've learnt that agriculture, one of the biggest emitters of greenhouse gases, can actually make huge reductions and increases in efficiency by using in-soil monitoring, drone-based sensing, smart fertilizer dosing, autonomous vehicles, and even augmented reality. It's going to be very, very, very important that we factor in the needs of these industries, the needs of these sectors in our strategic thinking about the future needs for communications in the UK. I'm going to turn my camera off now. Just in case, I'm going to effectively open up for any questions that you might now have.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. Sorry, thank you so much, Simon. Sorry, I don't know where you get the impression that I spend a lot of time at the bar, but if most of the people on this session know me well, then they'll probably have never seen me actually buy around. So virtual or no, thank you for the compliment there. I'd also actually just briefly like to ask Dr. Whitehead if you have a moment to join us again. I'd be interested to understand how the interplay between the government policymakers and the regulator actually works. And as we start, leading on from my previous question, as we start to look at exposing ourselves as a resource for policymakers around the world, to understand how Ofcom and the government interact would be useful for us, because I should imagine that will have parallels with other jurisdictions as well. Alan, do you have any comments on that? Oh, I have to. He's doing. I'm going to have to be less territorial with my mics here. There we go. Yeah. Dr. Whitehead, you're live.
Yeah, I mean it's very interesting that Simon mentioned that Ofcom doesn't have an environmental and net zero mandate within its powers, and this actually is a debate that's going on quite substantially around Whitehall at the moment, because interestingly the regulator that is supposed to be doing all the energy stuff and climate change stuff and so on, Ofgem, also doesn't have an environmental and net zero mandate within its arts and mems, as it were. And so you've got a problem that the things that need to be done in collaboration between different regulators and different departments. In this instance, Ofcom has the overwhelming mandate, but obviously Ofgem has an interest in this in terms of its what it thinks is its energy and low carbon brief, but neither of them have actually got the overriding brief, which allows them to actually do these things without getting adverse consequences. I mean, Ofgem has said on a number of occasions that if you move too fast in terms of low carbon mandates in energy, then you might get judicially reviewed by people who don't like it very much and say, well, where have you got the power to do that within your arts and mems? And among other things, that's something that government can fix fairly quickly by actually putting forward a strategy and policy document, which I'm hoping is going to happen in the new energy bill that's going through the House in my area, for instance, but I'm sure could happen the same for Ofcom, that then you have a unified series of mandates between government and agencies to point in the right direction. And I know that's perhaps rather aside from our central concerns, but that's one of the things I think we need to do in terms of machinery of government in the not too distant future to move this forward.
Very interesting. Simon, any comments to
that? I think I probably would just carry on with the comment I was making, really, that Alan talked about the 3%. That 3% actually potentially enables the 97% to also reduce its energy. So it's not a sort of, these buckets are connected. And you've only got to think about autonomous vehicles, logistics, in terms of the way in which logistics can improve with better data communications, to realize that data comms is fundamental to actually all of these other industries changing, and to understand that actually this involvement actually has to go beyond, or potentially goes beyond, people and their mobile phones, to connected cars, connected cows, the whole world actually working together, and comms effectively playing a vital role in it. So we're interested in understanding what that future might be. Dominic, you're talking and your microphone's muted.
I then have to press the button myself so that I can talk. This is why we're in broadcasting. So I'm going to, I'd like to thank you both very much for these brief insights. I have, as I've mentioned, said that today is going to be a matter of scratching the surface. It's not a full sort of hour's discussion. And much as I'm sorry to progress the program on from you guys, I would love to actually break these out and have an hour on each of these 10-minute talks alone throughout the day. So please stick around. There are some questions coming into the Q&A box, some of which I think will get answered during the day, some of which might be things that you'd like to pick up on yourselves. So do stick around in the chat box and answer any questions as they come up, if you feel that you can contribute to them. And I look forward to a long relationship with both Ofcom and with the UK government and the government's opposition. So thank you both very much for all your support today, and do stick around for the rest of the day. So with that, let me just move the spotlights around again, and I'm going to ask Ramesh to step forward. Now, Ramesh and I have a little bit of a history. So keynotes are a funny thing to program, and in a day of presentations of equal importance and quality, it is often difficult to isolate any one to bring to the fore and promote as the sort of main keynote for the day. And as I was thinking about who might be able to give us a very experienced perspective that many other industry dinosaurs tuned in today might engage with, our next speaker's name was put forward as a potential. Now, Akamai is an £800 gorilla in the streaming space, and while often unheard of by consumers, anyone in the industry, in the streaming industry, knows that Akamai are, without a doubt, the single largest content delivery network in the world. And even if you've never heard of them, you are all undoubtedly regular users of their services. Some time ago, our next speaker and I co-authored a book together. Oh yeah, I've got it to hand. Better do the plug, because when you mention books on broadcasts, you have to do the plug. So have a look at this. Second down on the list, Ramesh Sitaraman is our keynote today, and I am somewhat starstruck that he's available to speak to us today. I'm very much looking forward to this presentation. He's one of Akamai's co-founders, and today is their chief consulting scientist. I'm sure he'll introduce himself a little bit more fully during the presentation. But if you have had a first-hand view, or if anyone has had a first-hand view of the sheer scale of streaming over the last few decades and how it's grown, and the energy used in its delivery, it is Ramesh. Ramesh, let me make sure that I unmute you properly and bring you to the fore. Here we go.
Thank you, Dom.
Brilliant.
Thank
you are.
Your kind introduction. I'm really excited to speak to this audience. Let me share my screen. And please let me know if it worked.
Yep, that's absolutely perfect.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to try and present a different perspective on video streaming. I'm going to be talking from the perspective of somebody who builds these things. And I'm going to make a case that if we want video streaming to become sustainable, we have to be building these things differently. And as Dom said, I've been doing this way too long. And so I want to give you a historical perspective of how we used to build these things. So I tend to look at streaming delivery architecture as having 4 phases. I think the first phase was really, back in 1999, the bubble was raging. I think you all remember that. We had sort of the eyeball economy where, the notion was that, all you need is viewers. You don't care about anything else. We built our first video CDNs back then, and the picture kind of looked like this. So you have some kind of a video source. I hope you can see my my pointer here. And you had an edge, thousands of these edges, and you had users, and the video that is sourced here could be live or on demand, is sent over to the edge, and then it goes from the edge to the users. And at this point in time, in the first phase, we only cared about performance. Essentially, nothing else mattered. The only thing that we wanted to know was, how well is it performing? Is it rebuffering? Is the video playing out well? And there were lots of innovations during that period that we did, like caching, how to route content on the internet without losing the videos, and so on and so forth. And it was really a performance-driven thing. And that's when the bubble burst. And soon we were really worried about streaming. We thought, could this even be profitable? And so I would say the next phase was really, pushing towards profits. And I remember spending quite a bit of time worrying about this because streaming is so resource intensive and people were not really willing to pay for it, and it was pretty expensive. So I think in the second phase of streaming, we worried a lot about, the cost of streaming. And in those days, it was mostly bandwidth. Energy was still not in the picture in terms of cost. Bandwidth was really the big thing out there. And we did a lot of engineering to sort of figure out how do we get performance at the same time minimize the cost of streaming, which in those days meant bandwidth. We talked about how to optimize deployments of these servers in places where bandwidth was free or less expensive. We figured out how to use bandwidth contracts in an efficient way. And there was a lot of interesting engineering work that went on, but it was mostly, performance versus bandwidth cost. And then, the third phase was really, I would say around 2005 or so, energy prices were going up, and it was not just bandwidth anymore. We also needed to worry about energy. And then, I would say that the third phase was really about energy efficiency, which is how could you stream, by being efficient with energy. Could mean energy usage, could also mean energy cost. And we did a lot of interesting things back then, things like shutting down servers when they're not being used, having hardware that is power proportional, using batteries so that you can shave the peaks. So we did a lot of engineering in the third phase to make things energy efficient. And I think now we are beginning to realize that energy efficiency is not enough. And I'll make that case. Just being energy efficient, in other words, using energy in an efficient way to do streaming is just not enough. And I'll make the case that that's not going to lead us to sustainability. And we begin to realize over the last few years that what is needed is not just energy efficiency, but what I call carbon efficiency. And so over the last 4 years, we've been thinking hard about how we would redesign all these systems. So this is your typical system where there's a video source, there's an edge consisting of hundreds of thousands of servers, and that all consume energy, that are close to users, and the stream actually goes from the edge to the users. So we've been thinking about how to make these systems carbon first. In other words, how would you redesign all these systems if carbon emissions was really your main consideration. And that's going to be the topic of my presentation, like some ideas on how we can design these systems, taking carbon as the first principle. So I want to make the point and the distinction between energy efficiency on one hand and carbon efficiency on the other hand, and why they are different. Energy efficiency you can think of is really how much work you're able to do for 1 unit of energy. So if I give you 1 joule of energy, I hope you can see my pointer here. How much can you actually stream using that joule of energy? And that's what energy efficiency is. Carbon efficiency is a little bit different. Carbon efficiency is for 1 unit of emissions, how much energy can be used, and that's carbon efficiency. And to make this point even clearer, I'm going to contrast these 2 pictures here. On the left, you have this thing that we call a micro edge, which is got a bunch of servers in it. It's not particularly energy efficient. If you compute the PUE of this micro edge, it's not going to be that energy efficient, but it's very carbon efficient in the sense that it generates all of its own energy using these panels. It uses lithium batteries to store them, for the times that there is no solar generation, and it's pretty much standalone. And we are building something like this as a part of our project. It's a micro edge, so it's energy efficient, inefficient, but it's very carbon efficient. And on the right is your traditional data center. Let's say it's powered by coal. It could have a very small PUE, and so it's very energy efficient, but it derives its energy from from coal, so it's very carbon inefficient. So this is really the difference between energy efficiency and carbon efficiency. And I want to claim that energy efficiency is not sufficient for going towards sustainability. We really need systems that are carbon efficient. And a very simple way to look at that is the carbon footprint is simply the ratio of the demand, the video demand, divided by the energy efficiency times the carbon efficiency. There's a very simple formula for what the carbon footprint is. And as you know, video demand is growing exponentially. So the numerator of this expression is growing really fast. And the energy efficiency really has bounds. It's not something that you can, take up to infinity. It's a very bounded thing. In fact, we know that energy efficiency is getting to a point where there isn't a lot of gains you can have. And so this is really the PUE of data centers. And you can see that around 2012 or so, the PUE has pretty much flattened out. And even if PUE of these data centers were to become 1, which is the most efficient, it's not going to really solve the problem, because this energy efficiency here is a bounded thing. And the only thing that can actually counter the exponential growth that you have up here is the carbon efficiency, which you can make very large. So for example, if you don't use, if everything is renewable, then carbon efficiency is in fact infinity. So the only hope for us is to make systems carbon efficient. Okay, so now how do we build systems that are carbon efficient? And the claim that I want to make is that you have to rethink everything we are building. And things will look really very different if we were to build these systems to be carbon efficient. So I'm going to outline 4 challenges and some partial solutions to each of those. It's not that we have solved this problem, but this is something that we're working on right now. So what is the first challenge to build systems for video delivery that are carbon efficient? The first thing, and it's in fact, smack in front of our faces, is when you plug your server into an outlet like this, we don't know how green the power is that's coming out of that socket, right? This is really the first problem. I mean, if you want to build a system that's carbon efficient, you first of all need to know what is the carbon intensity of your electric source. And if you don't know that, there's just no way you can build something that can optimize for carbon intensity. So, and there's a lot of variability in carbon intensity. So I've just given some information here. So, I'm plotting the carbon intensity on the y-axis, which is grams of CO2 emitted per kilowatt hour, and I'm looking at it over time, and I'm looking at it for different regions, South Australia, Poland, and Ontario, and it's easy to see that if you look across regions, there's a pretty big variation. For example, the stuff in Ontario is pretty green, and Poland not so much, and South Australia is somewhere in between. And the reason for that is the way energy is generated is different across these different regions. So there's a big variation across regions. In fact, a factor of 21. And even within a given region, there are variations over time. So, for example, if you look at South Australia, it is you can see that its carbon intensity is low certain times of the day, it's higher certain other times of the day. So it is variable. So we built a tool called CarbonCast, which is sort of like a weather forecast, but for carbon intensity. It's a tool that's based on machine learning. It takes a lot of information. For example, it takes it takes in historical values of production. It takes in weather forecasts, and essentially it predicts what is the carbon intensity of your electric grid for the next 96 hours. So this is something, it's an open source tool. We'd be happy to share it with the community. It's really the first step in making things carbon efficient. So let's talk about a second problem. Maybe we shouldn't rely on the grid all that much. We should just have local renewable production and use that to power our systems. That's a great idea, but one of the problems with local renewables is that it is unreliable. So, for example, on the left here, you see the solar production in a single location, and you see it's very variable, right? So, of course, you don't have solar production at night, but it is very variable. And the reason is, there might be a cloud that's moving across your solar panels. So you cannot really rely on solar production. And that's one of the problems with renewables, is that it's unpredictable, it varies a lot. But if you actually look across multiple locations, things become much more predictable. So for example, if you take 7 different locations and average those locations, the solar production is much more predictable than the first picture here, right? And if you look at 15 sites, it becomes really predictable. So all the ups and downs average out, and over 15 sites within a 15-mile radius, you can see that the solar production is pretty smooth, right? So what do we do with this? So the idea that we came up with is that we could actually use this fact to build a system that is more carbon efficient. And the way we do that is we choose servers. So when someone is sitting, with your device or your laptop and trying to download a stream, they're downloading it from some edge server. And currently, the server is chosen to be something that has good performance to the user, right? So if we actually change this around just a little bit and use sort of a follow the enables approach, you could actually, instead of using a server that's really close to you, but is cloudy, and there's not much renewable production there, if you move that user to a server that's maybe a little bit farther away, but there is renewable production, then you have a more carbon efficient system. And so this is what we call the follow the renewables approach. And we tried it out for the load that we see on Akamai's data centers. And we saw that if we move users within a 600-mile radius, that reduces the grid energy consumption of the system by 40%. So by just sacrificing a little bit of performance, perhaps, and moving users within a 600-mile radius in a carbon-aware way, we can almost always get to a place where there is renewables. Of course, if you can move even more, you get even more reductions in performance. So if you can move 6,000 miles, then you get an 80% saving. So this is just a back of the envelope calculation on what we could do with this approach of following the renewables. Let me pose a couple of more challenges before I finish. The third challenge I would say is that data centers are too power dense to be powered entirely by renewables. So if you think that we are going to have data centers and they're going to be powered by renewables, and we're going to have a lot of them, it's actually a difficult thing. 100 megawatt data center requires 450 acre solar farm. It's too much compute in one place, and it's hard to generate that much power locally. So what do we do about that? And I think the solution is we really should think about micro data centers like the one I talked about earlier, where we have thousands of micro data centers scattered all over the world, and they're all powered by renewables. And we kind of link them up in software so that they can coordinate with each other to deliver video streaming and other services. So this is also something that we've been pursuing, this idea that you could just build a really distributed edge where you have thousands of these little data centers. Each one is self-sufficient in terms of energy. It generates some solar. It has lithium batteries to store them, and it can serve some fraction of the streams. And this is generally the idea here is that we should move the servers to where the green energy is available rather than vice versa. Okay, and let me talk about the final challenge. If we need to optimize something, we need to see that something and control that something. And that's actually a big problem, because today the software has no idea, there's no API to control its energy usage. There's no way in which it can actually control its energy consumption, take actions based on its carbon consumption. So we are proposing that we would build an energy system API and make that available to the software so that the software can actually make intelligent decisions. And what do we mean by that? What we mean is we want to virtualize the energy system. So the way I would think about virtualization is that today we know how to virtualize hardware, right? So this is really what we do in the cloud. You can have a virtual CPU, we can have virtual RAM, virtual disk, and software can really not worry about the physical resources, right? And that's what cloud virtualization is all about. And what we are proposing is something similar to that, which we call energy virtualization. What do we mean by that? We mean that the software will have access to a virtual solar array, a virtual battery, a virtual grid, and it can optimize its carbon usage based on this virtualization. And so we are proposing to sort of build sort of an energy virtualization layer so that the software can get, sort of direct control over the carbon usage and make appropriate decisions based on that. So this is really just a very quick rundown of where we're going with it. The point that I want to make is that to be able to make video streaming sustainable, yes, there is the economics aspect. Yes, there is the policy aspect. And, we've talked about that previously. But I think at a fundamental level, the systems that we're designing to deliver the videos have to be designed in a completely different way. And that's really the gist of what I wanted to say. And I would like to point everyone to the Carbon First project. It's a project that's funded by the US National Science Foundation. And it's really a collaboration with 3 different institutions, Worcester Polytechnic, UMass Amherst, and Caltech. And you can go to the Carbon First website to get more information, or you can contact me if you're kind of interested in knowing more. Thank you.
Fantastic, Ramesh. Thank you so much. Awesome, informative as always. And I always find Akamai to be quite significant thought leaders in the space. And so I hope the audience shares that. There's a great question, just a brief one, which is perhaps a little bit more technical than carbon focused, which is coming from Ian on the Q&A. Ian is interested in something that's close to my heart, which is your views on multicast and multicast ABR, Ramesh. Do you think that multicast has a significant impact? And do you I think we're probably all quite aware of some of the challenges that multicast has. Do you think it's a good avenue to be pursuing for energy efficiency?
I think multicast is generally very efficient with resources, and so it is generally important to do that. I would put that in the bucket of energy efficiency. But as I argued, I think the gains that we make on energy efficiency is, not sufficient, really. We can make things really, really, really efficient by using multicast and right sizing of servers and turning off things that we're not using and so on and so forth. But fundamentally, the math is that that's not enough. And we really need to think about carbon efficiency, not just energy efficiency.
I was personally very...
Multicast is great, yes.
I love doing this. I love having put my head into the box of frogs that is the greening of streaming, because I get to ask questions and talk about things that I'd never thought about, and always there are little nuggets of information. I was really fascinated about the leveling out of solar energy through actually being able to aggregate that energy source from multiple locations. It's completely obvious when you think about it, but thank you for the insight, because that was something I'd never thought about until this presentation. As with all our presentations today, we're not going to really have a lot of time for in-depth discussion and so on live on air, but please get in touch with me if you want to get in touch with Ramesh, or get in touch with Ramesh directly. I'm sure you can find him on LinkedIn and so on. If you'd like to continue the discussion, I'm sure some of the speakers are going to hang around, so talk through the Zoom chat and so on. Stay lively and get in touch. And thank you once again, Ramesh.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Okay, now I was joking with Adam. I'm going to call this the headmaster's report. It's end of year one, and this time last year we threw Adam into the hot seat and we launched an organisation. And the poor chap didn't know anything about streaming. He came from the energy side of things and so on. I think he's done a splendid job. So Adam, are you out there? We got to try and get back on track. We've got to try and get through the headmaster's report in time for the update on activities at 10 past. So let's see if you can do it. Go.
Okay, thanks so much, Tom. And also a very warm welcome to everyone attending our second annual event. It's humbling to see how many people are attending this conference, and I'm thanking you all so much for being here. We also recognise that IPC in the Netherlands has made it difficult for some attendees to be here, so apologies for conflicting with that. Tom and I are so excited about how greening of streaming has grown in just a year. We're thrilled to see how many companies and people are serious about the urgency in involving sustainability of streaming. We're also so grateful to the MPs that have publicly supported us, and to bodies like Ofcom who are engaging with us. Most of you know that I am new to the industry, and for me the last year has been a really interesting learning experience. It's also clear to me how we, the industry, must make the transition ourselves. When I talk to members of the public, the media and policymakers in my capacity of greening of streaming, it's apparent how often I'm asked, what can we do to help? And the answer is not much more than you actually are already. The end users have already been told how much energy they can save from switching off their devices, a message which is ever more important in today's environment. Greening of streaming's members comprise that bit of network which is always on, in case there's information to be sent. As Dom likes to say, it costs as much to send zeros as ones. At Greening of Streaming, we're reticent to rely on any of the figures that we see published, as this is such a new area of investigation, and we don't yet have confidence in some of the eye-catching newspaper headlines. But the one that we feel is closest to reality is the one that Dr. Whitehead spoke about earlier, that streaming could use up to 2% of global energy. To put that in perspective, that's similar to 2 and a bit United Kingdoms. So it's for these companies with spiraling energy costs that there is ever more incentive to make streaming as efficient as it can possibly be. In preparing for today, it's been inspiring to see how far things have moved in just a year. It seems unreal that it was only July last year that Dom asked me to get involved with greening of streaming. We set up the not-for-profit company, and in September, about now in fact, Dom hosted the grand launch of greening of streaming. We were thrilled and thankful to the 12 founder members that immediately signed up. This gave us some serious credibility. Thankfully, they immediately agreed to our one cardinal rule, no greenwashing, and it's great to be seen that this has been taken to heart. For those of you who are here listening to us for the first time, the way this works is that we ask our members to be aware of what they're publicly saying and to ensure that they're not putting out information that can be interpreted as greenwashing. Often we see companies releasing statements with the best of intentions and not wanting to mislead, but there is sometimes incorrect thinking behind them. It's gratifying to see that we've not yet had to call anyone out on it. In fact, we've seen a few of our members voluntarily change their messaging as the group has discussed the issues that we all face together. In October, we had our first members meeting. At this, we set up our first working groups and planned out the first steps. Shortly after the new year, the first discussions took place, which became what's now Working Group 4. This is what's catapulted Greening of Streaming's members into the industry's attention. This is what generally has become known as our live streaming event analysis. And without saying too much, as I don't want to steal their thunder, I do want to thank our members, as what they did to come together so quickly to assess the problem and to work out how to capture the data together has been really inspiring. I know a lot of today's viewers are here because they're interested in the results of our live event analysis, and there will be an update from that working group shortly. In June, we had our parliamentary launch, which has proven an incredible success. We picked the UK Parliament as it's close to home, and we had to start somewhere. But it's really important to say two things at this point. Firstly, Greening of Streaming is not a political organisation. We want to show policymakers that we are available to talk to them and ensure that any solutions that they propose are based in fact and will be workable for our members. We also need to reinforce the importance of joined up thinking. The example we like to give is as follows. Suppose one of our members puts a new codec onto their servers. This might save 100 watts per server. At face value, this is the right thing to do. They're saving energy. However, suppose that this means that the millions of end user devices use 5% more power in processing it. This could lead to a several megawatts increase in overall power consumption, actually making the big picture much worse. The second thing we need to mention is that that Greening of Streaming is not a UK-focused organisation. Next year, we're taking our members to the European Parliament and engaging with them there. We recognise that there are regulations coming out as the issues that we're covering become better known, but we're concerned that changing the thinking from data attribution to top-down analysis is a big challenge. Following our jaunt to the European Parliament, we intend to look at the best way of approaching the US. As a result of the parliamentary launch, Dom and I have been so incredibly busy with new memberships. We've doubled the number of members since then and are announcing more all the time. Much of our time has been spent courting the big companies, as we often need to hold several meetings to get to the right people and decision makers involved. We're a young organisation with lots going on and many supporters, and Dom and I have, if Dom and I have any regrets over the last quarter, it's that we've not had the opportunity to push the working groups along as much as we'd hoped. But the new term means we will be refocused, although we must thank the working group leaders for continuing to progress things as much as they could in the meantime. Also joining us since the June event, we've had our first audio company members. This is really exciting. It means that we're now covering all the aspects of streaming, and we hope that they will bring new ways of thinking to the table. Our biggest internal challenge has been communication. We recognise that due to the sheer diversity of the scale of our members, everyone does not have the same resources available. Coordinating the working groups and communicating across so many member organisations has proven difficult. With the time we've been spending on membership development, this has taken the pressure off the working group actions, and we need to refocus our efforts as a group. This is essential, not just so that members get value for their membership, but because our goal is to make real difference. After trying different solutions, we think we've now got communications in place that our members are all comfortable with, and this will allow us to push forward much more quickly going forward. As we're now getting to the end of our first full year, we'll be asking our members to provide feedback and see how they'd like us to take things forward. Of course, we're always welcome to talking to them, and we'd love them to get in touch with us anyway, so please don't wait. As a new organisation, Greening of Streaming is very reliant on its cash flow to get involved in all the things that our members want us to do. So members, please let me know if there's anything I can do to ensure prompt renewals, because this is coming up now. This becomes even more important for the new year as we start to organise this year's European Parliament event. And also because we're getting so much attention from the live event analysis that we need to make sure funds are available to ensure that research is performed rigorously. So in summary, whilst thanking our incredible members after an amazing first year, which has been such a fast-paced learning experience for us all, we have bold plans to do even more next year. And we look forward to existing and future members helping us to deliver them. Thank you all so much for listening. So I guess, okay, Dom, back to you. What have we got next?
Cool. Brilliant, Adam. Thank you. Awesome. I think we passed through the first year. Headmaster's report is good. Pat on the back. Could work a little bit harder, but we're doing okay. Yeah, more to do. There's always more to do. And even better, we're nearly back on time. We're just 2.5 minutes late, about an hour and a quarter into the live session. So we're, absolutely brilliant. Adam will be around in the chat room all day. He's sort of wingmanning me, helping me do the production here. So if you've got any questions for Adam, or if you want to reach out to him, just ping him in the chat room. Next, we have a sort of centerpiece of the discussions that have been going on, as Adam's alluded to. The working group 4 was a bit of an accident. Kristen, Julian, can I ask you to sort of get your screen shares up and get yourselves live? So basically, around November, just to recap, around November, I was trying to articulate something that was concerning me about the measurement, particularly data attribution measurement that was going on across the sector. There was a linear relationship between bandwidth and energy being extrapolated that was starting to seep out into our industry's marketing, that if you reduce your bandwidth, you immediately are more sustainable. And it was worrying me because as a live streaming guy, I think in terms of this diagram. So I drew the diagram, shared it to the group, and put this, as you may or may not know, is a live streaming workflow, looking from the encoders on the left to the set-top boxes and decoders on the right through, including layer 1 and 2, the telco. And there's a lot of power being used before you send a packet of data, and it's that fixed static load that I challenged the industry that was actually provisioned in advance, and that in going from 0 to 30 million users and back again through some major sporting live event or whatever, that you wouldn't actually see any energy difference. So it lit some fires. Working group 4 formed. Julien stepped to the fore to be working group lead. We adopted Humans Not Robot, Kristen's company, to help us aggregate some data, and we set a challenge to all our members to start getting some data flowing. And so for the next sort of 25 minutes or so, 30 minutes, actually 45 minutes, 30 minutes or so, we're going to look at that in 2 parts. Kristen and Julien are going to talk about where we've got to in terms of the engineering of that and how that's come to be. And then in the second part, we're going to talk a little bit more broadly about the sort of early data sets we're getting. I don't want to sort of give out any spoilers at this point, but we aren't going to have a big round number that the press can run off with today. It's too early for that. But anyway, Kristen, Julian, can I ask you to take the microphone off me and tell us a little bit more about where Working Group 4's come from and where we're going?
Yes, thanks, Dom. Hello, everyone. I am Julien Lapéby. I'm working at ATEM, global leader of video compression and delivery solutions. Participate to the development of our Titan Live product, which is a software-based live video compression product. For the Greening of Streaming initiative, I joined a working group, which is called Work Group 4, which aim is to get data flows of energy consumption measurements during a live event and to send this data to a point of aggregation for analysis. Christian, can you go to the next slide, please? Yes, this is the Working Group 4 objectives. In this group, we decided to make our first measurements during the Champions League finale, which occurred the 20th of May this year. So we did some measurement during this live event on one ATEM customer infrastructure and also on one broad peak, a customer infrastructure, as ATEM broad peak is a company member of Convening of streaming. As a first step, we did the measurements on the CDN part. Christian, can you go to the next slide? Yeah. For example, here is the CDN topology of the ATEM customer infrastructure with the NIA CDN servers, which is the CDN solution of ATEM. We can see the load balancers servers receiving the client request, and then the edge caches and intermediate caches servers. For this customer, the CDN is managed by 20 servers in total. Next slide, please. So we get the power consumption of this of each of these servers periodically through a tool called IPML, and we got also the output bandwidth of the service streaming the Champions League finale for each CDN servers. In order to send this data to the point of aggregation, which is the human not robots interface, and which Christian will talk about in the next slides, we had to specify a data format. Here is an example of data in this format that can be ingested by the human not robot interface. Each sample is contains a provider ID, which in our case is the CDN server ID. It contains also the measurement value, its unit, and the sample interval of time. In our case, the measurement value is the average watts of the CDN server during the interval. So on the next slide, Christian will talk about the human not robot interface.
Thanks, Julien. Once that interface specification was generated and agreed with the members, we provisioned a platform, and that's the Humans Not Robots platform. I don't need to read too much into this diagram here, but we now have a platform in place that allows end-to-end ingestion, transformation, normalization, and then enrichment all the way up until consumption via API, or as it happens via our user interface, but also to allow file export of that data set. So data, as Julien said, from ATEM and Broadpeak has been brought onto the platform. They've provided that JSON format, and that's been dropped into an S3 bucket, but there is also an Ingress API that will start being used in the near future by members. We can then transform that data and provide. Right now, we're doing very simple calculations to transform things from joules to watts if necessary, but there are additional attributes within that specification that allow us to transform into multi-dimensional views of that data. Let me press the button to change slides. So this is a sample screenshot of some data in the platform. We have data from Broadpeak and ATEM, as Julien said, based around the Champions League's final earlier this year. And this is a small subset of data. We absolutely need a lot more data bringing onto the platform. And this is an example of a transformation of that data. And the inbound data was coming in as watts, and that has been transformed into joule value. We also see the duration of that particular metric. So this is a transcode packet of a live stream from one of the servers on that topology shown previously. And it's for, I think it's about a 5-minute duration, just short of 5-minute duration. So that's 75,000 joules of power for 5 minutes, which is then ultimately aggregated up into the platform. And please don't read much into these values. That is the real data based on what ATEM and Broadpeak have sent in. There are roughly 3,000 activities in there. But if you try and do anything about the data, it's not going to make any sense at this time. What we will be doing is opening up access to the platform so a subset of us can start to explore that data in more detail going forward. Further data sets are going to be on board from September. And looking more aspirationally at what we are trying to do, Mike Matera from Akamai shared this with me. This is one graph from an experiment that Akamai's Edge Platform Architecture team conducted, and they were targeting a live event. I think it was based out of India, and they were hypothesizing that the more viewers and the demand on the platform would have a direct impact on power consumption. We want to be able to do something very similar to this, but for the full end-to-end. And that for us means getting data from all of the member organizations. So ultimately we can pick a single event and look at that data in more detail. SharpStream, who are one of the audio companies, I believe conversations have already started to start the conversation about bringing their data onto the platform. But the call to action here is really, we need more data sets from more members, which allow us to understand that data in more detail. When we have sufficient coverage, we can then look to identify a major event and run an experiment. And that really will start to help us understand what's going on here. We do want to be able to bring all the different measurement entities together as part of this. So yes, these are service providers with good, strong data points, but also we're looking at other measurement entities and suppliers within the membership to really engage in this conversation as well. So I said it before, but I'll say it again. We need to ingest more data points, and come and find myself or Julien if you can help with that. The next step with those efforts is to open up the data to Dan Sheen and his team at the University of Bristol, so we can start to massage and calibrate that data, scale up the contribution, and then select that major event and run the experiment. So that's where we are with things. Thank you. And please reach out to myself or Julien. We'll answer questions and get us more of that data, please.
Awesome. Thank you, Julien. Thank you, Christian. Absolutely brilliant. Hopefully that sets the scene. Now, it's a big project trying to measure live streaming end to end, and it doesn't mean anything if we just measure one infrastructure. It might help optimize one of our clients, but the project of greening and streaming and the experiments in greening and streaming are trying to find design principles that we can propagate to newcomers, new entrants into the industry, to old hats in this industry, to telcos who are adapting to carrying streaming and so on. So it's been too early to gather data and publish it. And as we've started gathering data, as Kristen and Julien have mentioned, we've become critically aware that we need to calibrate it, and we need to do that transparently and not be accused of greenwashing. Otherwise, we'd all have to leave our own organization. So to have a little think about these challenges and have a bit of a chat about what we've learned so far from Working Group 4, I'd like to invite Mike, Sergio, and Francois to bring their cameras and their mics live. Are you guys out there? Let me just, I'm going to bring you into a sort of panel format by adding you to the spotlighting. So here's Mike. Hi, how are you, Mike?
Nice to see everybody.
Good. Brilliant. Let me add Sergio as well. There's Sergio. I'm going to scroll along and find FX if I can. He's there somewhere. I'm sure I saw him. There he is. He's got his hand up, and add spotlight there. And I might well bring Julien and Kristen back in. So keep your cameras on, folks, and your mics on, because I think, we've all been working together. So first up, Mike, can you tell us a little bit more about that graph that Kristen showed at the end? Because it's aspirational. That's the sort of data set that we're hoping to head towards as a collective, and be able to look at something more comprehensive than just an Akamai focused one. But tell us a little bit more about that data set and how you did it and what you learned as you pulled that together.
Yeah, sure. So like in preparation of readying our systems and kind of looking at opportunities here of how we could gather power data in a little bit more of a granularized fashion. Just the wide distributedness of the Akamai platform had really opened some complexities of potentially figuring out approach and how we could aggregate it and where we could gather the data and all those types of things. So we targeted specific sub-regions in certain markets, and these regions in particular were up against an IPL championships match that happened in India. And the reason why we selected that was just to get a sense of how much region-specific data could we collect and measure against during a peak event, and knowing that was going to be a pretty major peak event on the platform in that given day, and that we had data squared away there, that we'd really be able to see really a 15-minute interval gathering of watts used on those individual regions, and actually be able to measure viewership against how much power is actually being consumed across the servers, the switches, and the individual infrastructure in those regions, in those facilities. And that hypothesis of basically seeing viewership increase to power increasing, that's exactly what we saw. And again, this was a very small subset of data within kind of the broader platform. So the goal is to really capture data across the other platform and in the future to really figure out opportunities of how we can contribute to the overall measurements here for event traffic.
Perfect. Sergio, what sort of challenges do we have in this type of measurement? I mean, feel free to take that down an engineering path or in terms of a data collection path. I think there's two avenues, but what sort of challenges do we have?
I would say that the work that is being carried out by Akamai is very interesting, because taking the measurement of the energy consumption and having an idea also about the viewership, how many viewers or how much data was delivered, can be very useful when we want to benchmark one event on a specific region. For example, Mike was mentioning India, where they have a streaming profile that is quite different compared to Europe. They have like more than 90% is on mobile. That means you have a lower bit rate. Instead, in Europe, we have a much less percentage on mobile and higher bit rate. So if we can manage to take the measurements on the consumption, the bandwidth, the traffic, and the users, we can also do some kind of benchmarking on what happens if we move to a different bit rate, higher bit rate or lower bit rate. That will be also interesting for the future, because now in Europe we are moving to 4K, and we don't know what's going to happen when we are going to have 4K widely accepted all over around. It might be that it will impact in a heavy way on the consumption or not. So benchmarking a lower bit rate like India, a lot of concurrent requests of a small bit rate comparing to some similar event, live event with some kind of viewership in Europe would give us an interesting information to work on too. So that, how to retrieve instead the information of the consumption that there are, it's a very an engineered topic, but we have several opportunities. It can be either on PDU, on the system itself can give us some indication on the power supply unit, but we want to collect and try to enlarge the collection not only to the server unit, but also enclosing the other router switches, all the chain that we are targeting. So maybe it can be retrieved by PDU, and we are working also on this aspect of the measurements.
FX in our terms court, it's a different part of the chain to the distribution, and so what have been the challenges in your scope, if you like, for getting set up for working group 4?
Okay, so in fact, the total chain, as you say, is composed of different functions. So we have the video encoding, and when speaking about OTT, we have several profiles, as detailed previously. And then we have the packaging, because we have different delivery formats like HLS or Dash, and etc. And then we have the CDN, because those chunks have to be delivered to the whole audience. So what is specific to our products, I would say, is that we have products on all these features which enable us to have a retroaction. I mean, we have statistics coming from the CDN delivery indicating what profiles are the most used. And in some cases, we have some, let's say, IA in the system, which allows to manage the encoding and packaging to optimize the overall traffic. So in some cases, we may have a OTT ladder with 9 profiles, and in some other case, we may reduce it to 5 profiles, for example, and changing resolution and bitrate to optimize versus the audience. Now, concerning the power consumption measurement, I agree, of course, PDU's external servers measurement is maybe ideal. Now, when we provide our solutions to customers, sometimes we propose software only. It runs on the customer hardware, and the customer may not have all this measurement infrastructure. So something we are working, and it has been demonstrated by Julien and so the WG4 group. We can gather measurement from the server itself. So inside of the server, the software can gather some power measurement that is delivered by the server itself. And then we can, let's say, have a repartition key. So knowing what the server is doing, either encoding or CDN delivering services, we can use either a CPU repartition to give a power consumption per service, or we can use as other repartition key the bitrate. So we have, for example, X gigabit of egress traffic on CDN, and we know a specific service is having, let's say, 10% of this egress. Then we can affect 10% of the power consumption of the whole server to this particular service. So this is something we will work in the coming months.
Awesome. One of the things I found really interesting, and I think FS, you were quite a leader of this within the group in the early days, was in some ways within the data center environment and within the back end, the commercial telco type hosted environment, data measurement is a little bit more accessible. Once you agree on, I think it was IPMI was a sort of a key measurement tool that was reasonably accessible. I sort of pity the folks who are trying to measure set-top boxes at scale and the phone. And in fact, we had an amazing internal presentation from Arnold at Radiant Media Player about just measuring stuff on the laptop and looking at the browser and so on. This measurement standardization is a complicated beast. In working group one, working group one, we spent 8 months writing a 4-page document on watts. It's a difficult one. Across your infrastructure, Mike, how have you met that challenge? Is it that you largely are able to read IPMI and these types of things, or do you have legacy or systems which are not what's the word, heterogeneous, outside of the norm, which you have to integrate and normalize? Because we're obviously, as we start to get our critical mass, we're going to have to calibrate our data, and these different types of data sources, we're going to have to make sure that they're consistent so that we can read things. So have you gone about that within Akamai, or has it not been a challenge?
I mean, it has been a challenge just because of the magnitude of the data that we're collecting. It's it's a lot, and especially when you start to talk about 15-minute interval data, it becomes I think a challenge even from a time series perspective of what you're trying to collect, what you're trying to catalog, what you're trying to measure against, what you're trying to aggregate on, right? So I think all of those kind of caveats and just in how we collect metrics today, not only from the performance of our hardware, but but certain metrics are related to temperature and environmental and power consumption and all those types of things. We have started to aggregate this data in essentially a time series database to have not only a historical set of data, but be able to look at all of the hardware that we can collect power data off of today, really across all of the regions across the globe, and that totals. We're talking now that we're collecting it for about 300 to 325,000 servers in that 15-minute interval basis. So that'll all become kind of component pieces, I believe, not only on the event traffic side. It'll also give us a good historical knowledge of what we're looking at and how that kind of calibrates across the entire platform as a whole. So when you're really talking about seeing an event, maybe such as the one that we just saw in India there, which is a small subset, to seeing some of the impactful things happening with the evolution to 4K in EMEA and certain things happening with 5G today. I think that there's certainly a lot of opportunity there for us not only to have a good baseline calibration of data, but really be able to see a kind of an expansive set of regions when a given event happens or when a given impact happens anywhere on the network. And that is across our networks today. It's not just specifically for streaming traffic, it's our security traffic, it's all those types of areas as well. So it's been a challenge, right? I mean, it's a lot of data, and it's keeping it straight, and it's also cataloging it in a way we can actually use it to actually apply in such a structure where we can make sustainable and efficient decisions off of it.
And Sergio, to come to you, so the distribution architecture you have is slightly different to Akamai. So obviously, everyone's got their own ways of approaching this type of delivery. As we start to get data sets flowing, we're going to be sending these into, in the first instance, into Humans Not Robots to sort of act as a point of aggregation, and then asking Dan and the academic teams at Bristol to try to pick through those and draw comparisons. I'm going to pick on you because we've got mainstreaming and Akamai here in front of us. What sort of challenges do you think the academics are going to have in trying to normalize those data and make fair comparisons? It's not about fairness. It make comparisons which are useful to feedback. There's going to be learnings that Akamai can get from mainstreaming about your efficiency models and vice versa. But it strikes me as it's going to be an academic project to understand how to do that. What do you think they're going to face?
Absolutely. Okay. According to me, if we can get them some measurements that talk the common language, like, for example, we retrieve a certain set of server or including the routers, an homogeneous set of consumption, and we can retrieve other metrics like the quantity of the gigabyte delivered or the terabit per second. They can do a comparison of something being delivered on two different architectures easily. The point is exactly this, to be sure that we are measuring exactly the same set of instruments and we are measuring the same way. For example, I've seen the slide that you were sharing before. It was a measurement over a rack unit. And it would be interesting to know what's inside the rack unit. I mean, what kind of servers, how many? Are those edge servers? Are those acquirers? Are those parents? Does it include a switch? Does it not include a switch? So we still have to do some common work in order to get to a common language for this. And that is going to be, I think, the hardest part. When we can get to this, it will be quite easy to understand if we can be of some help to the market with our different architecture or not. It's not going to be a very long process. We need just to share some common ground with Akamai, and then we can go for that.
FX, do you see, sometimes I reflect on some of the questions we get asked running, greening and streaming. Well, how can you justify this data that I've pulled out of thin air? Or, surely the energy that's being used for this is inconsequential compared with the, and as you can hear just from the last 10 minutes of this conversation, it's a beast of a problem. How do you, after, a year sort of with us, with your head in this, as I keep calling it, a bit of a box of frogs. How do you articulate the challenge, and how do you do you think we have hope? Do you think that we can actually get to a point where we can get some data that we can actually put our hand on and go, okay, we've got confidence in this. We know where the needle is. Let's try and move that needle for the better.
Of course, there is hope, and the fact we are discussing it and working on it is a good thing, of course. So if we go back to a view from a plane, okay, a very high-level view, we have the description of the whole chain. So we have the production of content, which is the main part. Now about the streaming. We have, okay, the different servers, the network, which is about 20% of the carbon footprint, while the end user device is about 80%. So you mentioned it, the set boxes like the mobiles or the TV sets, once the manufacturer will have defined some, let's say, common APIs, which will be able to report their own power consumption, then we will be able also to aggregate those. So, as you say, each device more and more should report the power consumption. So this is one thing. Another thing is we need to educate people, because when we consume the video, we can consume it. For example, you mentioned a mobile device. The way you use it has a direct impact. So if you download the data through a wire, by wire I mean either a cable but also Wi-Fi, then the power footprint is much lower than if you get the data through 3G, 4G, 5G, because the radio infrastructure is very big. So there are different ways to optimize our power consumption and then our carbon footprint.
Awesome. Well, listen, we're bang on time. I'm tempted to throw one more question in, but if we do, I'm going to have to cut someone off. So I think I'm actually going to not do that and just take a moment to breathe and go, guys. Working Group 4 is a flagship for greening and streaming, and I should really just to put their faces back on the screen. Let's have Kristen and Julien back in, because they've been key as well. And there are many others who've actually, the Broad Peak guys who are speaking a bit later on, and others have all been contributing greatly to Working Group 4, and it's a real powerhouse within the greening and streaming. I did want to just comment. We mentioned this 15-minute measure earlier, and I wanted to just drop mention of why we've all been talking about measuring in 15 minutes. And as Mike said, that's a bit of a challenge in its own right. The reason we're doing that is one of the things we discovered by bringing Adam on board. He came from the energy sector, and he highlighted early on that enterprise energy can be measured in 15-minute increments, and that gives us a baseline that we know we can measure right the way through the ecosystem, and potentially to the home, actually, although at the moment most domestic users don't have enterprise billing, they have monthly billing. But given the price of energy these days, I have a feeling that might change soon. So anyway, in a virtual sense, a round of applause for Working Group 4. You've all been brilliant, and thank you for a great brief discussion. I hope it's left the audience wanting more, and stick around, answer questions in the chat room if they come up, and hopefully some of the questions that have been being posed, people will be going, oh, I see why no one's given me an answer to that yet. Yeah, we're working hard on it, but it's probably a year away. Working Group 4, we're meeting at IBC, those of you that can, for a milestone setting session hosted up in the Akamai suite. So get in touch with me if you're not on that. You're all welcome. We're going to sit down and work out at what point we're going to hand things over between different organizations, get down to tell us what the experiment is, and so on and so forth. So a little bit of back office going on there. Great. Right. Now I've got to whip round and unlock everyone's spotlights. Let me see if I can do that. Bye. Bye, everyone, as I remove you. I'm not going to try and do it one by one. Thanks again, Working Group 4. Okay, next, I get to sit back and listen for a few minutes and take a deep breath and check that we've got everyone in the right place. We have Mark from Cortex, I think, about to take the stage. Mark, are you there?
I am there. I am there. Can you see me? Yeah,
excellent.
I just hope it's not too noisy in the background because I'm doing my best, with the,
No,
with
no.
the IBC.
Trust me, you are not the only person who's struggling today. We've got people coming in from doctors' surgeries, people in airports, people from, it's going to be crazy and quite fun, and actually quite a good advert for streaming. So we're holding it together by the skin of our IP networks. Mark,
So
over to you.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, so I'm going to share my screen if that's doable. Can I do that?
Yep, should be.
Yeah, hold on a sec. Okay. Oh, I will have that's always the same. I will have to leave and reopen to share my screen. I'm sorry about that. Just give me 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Okay.
So he's going to get me to tap dance, right? I'll tap dance while you reconnect. God, excellent. Well, I feel like I should drag someone out of the mist, but no one's got their cameras on to be victimized. So, just to fill you in, if you haven't picked up already, on those of you that are making their way to IBC, the Sunday session, which we've teamed up with the SBTI, Women in Streaming Media and CDN Alliance, we have 120 capacity. We have far more than 500 registered. You're not all going to get in. First come, first served. Do your best, and don't forget it's a paid bar because we're all .orgs and cheapskates. So you're there to sponsor us by buying your friends and peers some drinks and encouraging them to join. Mark, I can see your presentation taking shape. There you go.
Perfect.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for tap dancing in between. So I have 10 minutes, so I will be quick and efficient on that. So I wanted to make it a bit controversial, and that's on purpose. I will explain why. I mean, when we talk about the greening of streaming, and when we talk about energy consumption to some prospects, our customers, we sometimes get some not negative, but I would say so feedback. And the reason for that is, I would say, absolutely obvious. We will all be flying from around the world, or I hope that some of you to be trained, but we will all be flying from all around the world to go to IBC in the next few days, and still we talk about sustainability. And some customers or some prospects might say, well, how serious that is? I mean, what's the problem? I mean, what is it that you're trying to solve? So I'm going to have just 3 slides, with something that I hear from my prospects or customers, and how do I do, to convince them that there is something that needs to be done. The first thing that I hear is streaming footprint is negligible. And we all know that part of the problem is that there is, I would say, various information in that with factors that vary from 1 to 100 in terms of how much the impact of the streaming is. So what I use is a very simple slide, which don't get me wrong, and I know it's recorded, and it's a bit scary because I know all of the figures of this slide, are probably wrong. But still, I think it's good to have, a viewed from space approach, order of magnitude approach, where we try to estimate with figures that anyone can understand what is the streaming impact. So basically, we start from what's the consumption related to digital in the world. And I mean, you find plenty of studies that will say from 2 to 5% is related to digital. So we took a very conservative approach, and we say 2 to 5% of the worldwide energy consumption is related to digital. Digital includes screens, include networks, include data centers. So it's very wide, and it includes both the build phase and the run phase. That's very important. It's not only the run, because if you consider only the run, we all know it's very partial and very biased. Out of these 2.5%, you will find plenty of studies saying 30% of that is related to networks and data centers. Okay, so 30% of these 2.5%. And then we all know, because that's public, you can look at the Cisco VNI, for instance, that 70% roughly of the internet traffic is video today. So if you multiply these numbers with the worldwide energy production today, which is about 600 exajoules, and if you divide that by the estimated, again, rough estimation, number of hours of streaming that is watched every year, and you can find plenty of different figures again, but I took the 1,000 billion approach that you find here and there. You end up with something which is around slightly less than 1 kilowatt hour for 1 hour of streaming. full disclosure, that's probably absolutely wrong. And that's the whole point of this group, is to figure it out much more precisely than that, and with science. But the point is here, we just want people to realize that 1 kilowatt-hour per hour is huge. It's like an electric heater, which would heat for 1 hour sitting next to you. That's absolutely huge. And if you look at, the carbon footprint and how it translates, you realize, and I think it's a very good way, to educate with that the answer is it depends, because as it was said earlier, the translation from energy to CO2 will depend on many factors. Where is it that the energy is consumed? That's for the run. That's fairly easy, because if I'm in France, I know my energy mix roughly. If I'm in Germany, I know my energy mix. So that's okay for the run. Unfortunately, for your device, so your laptop, for instance, we all know that its footprint is, for the vast majority, made in the run in the bid phase, which happens in China. And you may know that the energy mix of China is not the greenest on Earth. So basically, it's very difficult. But here, just to make an exercise, we say, okay, let's use the European energy mix to translate this energy to CO2, and you end up with 130 grams of CO2 per 1 hour of streaming. And guess what? The good news is that with that very rough estimation, we end up, somewhere in the range of the studies that you can find on the internet. Okay, so the goal of this that I'm doing with my prospect and customer is just to say, no, I mean, yeah, maybe we're trying to solve something which is not as big as the plane industry or the car industry, but still, I mean, it's huge. It's very significant. We cannot just say and do nothing. Second thing that I hear is, yeah, but anyway, the public cloud is carbon neutral. And you find plenty of articles explaining why is it that the cloud is carbon neutral. Two things on that. One, it's absolutely amazing that these big organizations have sustainability in mind. Okay, and that's I will never say that it's not a good thing that is happening. But on the other hand, the problem is that when you say that you are neutral, one, most of the time you consider only the run phase. So basically, the electricity that is required to run the servers. You just forget that you need to build the servers. And of course, it's the build phase, and you need to build the building as well, And of course, that's where most of the impact is done. And most of the time, when you talk about the compensation of the carbon, and I come to it, you compensate only the run phase and not the build phase. And it takes me to the second part. Most of them are said to be neutral because they compensate what they emit, which is very good. Again, I'm not saying it's not good, but the problem with compensation is that it may, it may leave the impression that basically you've done the job. You compensate, it's okay. I've received, I've received a text message from because I had to fly because I'm in London. I'm so ashamed of that. I received a text message, from my from the plane company after the flight saying, don't worry, we compensate your flights. The problem is not that they compensate, it's nice. The problem is the don't worry part. It's not because you compensate that you solve the problem. It's very good to compensate, but we know that it doesn't work at scale. That's one thing. And we also know that the compensation is something where you trade something that you emitted. When I flew in, I emitted some CO2 versus something that maybe at some point will be compensated by planting trees, for instance. If you plant trees, I mean, guess what? It will take 50 years before they can absorb the amounts that I emitted. So you trade something that you emitted against something that you may be able to compensate in the future. So it's not like, it's not like the perfect solution. So on the neutrality of carbon, I think there are plenty of things to say. And the worst thing to do would be to say they compensate, so I'm good, I've done my job. Last thing that I hear from some prospects and customers, they say, hey, we don't care because basically the energy is getting greener anyway. I mean, you can read in the press wind turbines everywhere and solar panels everywhere. Of course, I mean, if you are serious about it, we all know that it's only, you know, a very tiny portion of the energy which is produced today with this type of production. Again, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that if you look at the overall figure, the part of the fossil energy, so gas, coal, and oil, which is in gray here, is one, way bigger than anything else, and two, it's increasing at the same pace that what we call the renewable energy. And the reason for that is unfortunately quite simple, is that when you build a solar panel or when you build a wind turbine, you're not sure that there will be sun and you're not sure that there will be wind. And very unfortunately, you need to build the exact same capacity with other types of energy. And as of today, very unfortunately, these other types of energy is fossil energy. And that's what happened, you know, in Germany, in Spain. And again, I'm not saying it's bad. We need to go in that direction. I'm just saying that, you know, the energy is getting greener and we will have infinite energy is not the way to go, because, you know, we all know, I think, that the amount of energy which is available on the planet is limited. And we all know that this infinite growth doesn't exist. So just getting rid of the problem by saying we have some wind turbines and some solar panel is, I would say, the best way to fail in reducing the footprints. So I usually end up by saying, I mean, why would we care? Why we must care? There is no other option, and the reason for that is very simple. We may not be changing the world, you know, with what we do here, but we have to do our part. And I mean, I usually like to use an image or a metaphor for that. I don't throw my empty beer can in my neighbor's garden. Okay, so just because, you know, you shouldn't do it. It's the same here. I mean, why would we not try to do something? Whereas, of course, there are plenty of ways where we can have an impact. So that's usually what I say to my dear prospect and customers. It's not that, you know, we're changing the world, is that is the only option is to do something. We cannot stay like doing nothing. And again, just to wrap that up, I think that's where this group is very good at is putting science there, much more science than what I've done in this slide deck, to give explanation on, you know, what is the impact, what is the footprint, and what are the options that we need to take to address that, basically.
Awesome. Absolutely brilliant, Mark. As always, you gave a great presentation earlier in the year at the end of one of our members' meetings, as we always have internal presentations from members. And once again, you smashed it out the park. That was great. And I like the. I was hesitant where you were going with that. I'm sorry, I had to fly from London. I've got to fly from Gatwick as well. I'm feeling a bit guilty about that. As I think I'll be regretting it when I am in the 4-hour queue to get back, which is all a bit the wrong way around at the moment. But thank you, and a great salient point about the not worries. Absolutely right. Despite the carbon offsetting and so on, we should still worry. Carbon offsetting can, I think, as you intimated there, become a bit of a license to pollute sometimes. So making real world engineering differences before we spend the energy is definitely a good first step. Brilliant.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Looking forward to seeing you over the weekend, I'm sure. And now we have we've scraped Tim out of the is it hay fever this time, Tim? What have we got?
Yeah, it's definitely hay fever. So
okay.
I sound like Barry White for anybody who listens to that kind of music.
Fantastic. You're looking better than you did yesterday, though. So
thank you. I appreciate that.
Cool. Over to you.
All right, sounds good. And as I understand, Adam's going to be able to bring up some of the slides. So back in May, we did a YouGov poll in the UK. We had just over 2,100 people who actually answered this poll, and we asked a series of questions of the public, you know, as to sort of their inclination of what happens from a power consumption standpoint. And also whether that made an impact on them personally. And so I'm going to share a couple slides that we did at the parliamentary presentation back in June. First, let's look at how we define streaming for everyone. And the first, so it'll be the next slide there, Adam. So first, we sort of gave a real broad definition of streaming, and I think this is important as we look at the results. Streaming we define as watching any video entertainment through the internet, so that includes both streaming platforms, Amazon, Netflix, Disney, online video hosting platforms, YouTube, Twitch, personal and professional communication video usage like WhatsApp, FaceTime, Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and then social media, Facebook, Insta, TikTok. When we talk about this, those of us who are in the industry, are guilty probably of a 10 to 12 hour day of this kind of thing. When we asked people, though, in the UK during this poll, what we found is on average, roughly, let's say between 2 to 3 hours a day was the average. So if you think about your personal consumption and you think about what we got in responses from the YouGov poll, we in the industry are obviously quite a bit higher in our daily usage, but still 2 to 3 hours a day is a pretty decent chunk of content consumed. Also, I'm going to make some comments as we go through here around those who did 4 to 6 and 6 to 8, even though it's a smaller group. I'll provide you with some sort of insights onto what they said. All right, so then in terms of the environmental impact, if we define for people that the impact essentially is similar to the aviation industry, so about 2 to 3% of global emissions. The reason we did that is we wanted a baseline for people to understand sort of where we sit. Now, we didn't do comparisons to cryptocurrency, which I know a number of us normally do because we assume that people wouldn't necessarily know cryptocurrency, especially if we're talking about the average person in a country, but that they would know airlines. And as several of the presenters have alluded to, and myself included, we're all getting on the global aviation network to be able to come together in Amsterdam here in the next few weeks. So if you look at this, though, the somewhat concerned was the highest point across the board. So giving people that information and saying, we take up about 2 to 3% of global emissions. Does it concern you about your own streaming service? Somewhat concern, comes here at the topmost. What's most interesting is when we looked at those sort of power streamers, the not at all concern dropped off quite significantly. So what we see from this is essentially the fact that people who tend to stream more tend to be more concerned about it. And that's, essentially self-judgment to say, look, I use this particular product or service, therefore I'm interested in that. Dom, go ahead and bring the point up that was made since our audience may not have seen that. If I didn't catch you on mute.
I had 2 mutes on, that's why, cheeky. Hemini's just commented that the SBTI state that only the very last 10% or less of an org's emission should be offset and should really be thought about before offsetting. Also, offsetting with an accredited org, as there are many out there. So really, that was just tailing on to the linking point as I introduced you. So sorry to interrupt your flow there. But it was
no
a great
worries.
point.
I just wanted to make sure that point got put out there. So then going on to the next question, question 3, we essentially said, okay, now that you know that, would you be more or less likely to use a particular streaming provider knowing they have a better environmental impact than others, or would it make no difference? As you can see here, the largest group was made no difference, but a little more likely comes in second place. Again, if we take those power streamers, what we found is made no difference drops away by about 1/3, and a little more likely rises much more likely rises a very small amount. So again, it goes back to consumers saying, look, I use this service. I would be more likely to at least consider that as a possibility. Question 4, we then asked people, to tell us, to what extent they agreed or disagreed with the following statement. I believe I have a personal responsibility to change my streaming habits. Tend to agree, second highest, and neither agree or disagree in the middle. But again, if we take power streamers, those who use at least 4 hours of streaming a day, the neither agree nor disagree drops away. Tend to disagree dropped away, and tend to agree rose to take the first place. So again, I think as we sort of recap this here briefly, oh, sorry, we got one more question. Question 5. Another agree or disagree statement. Streaming providers have a responsibility to do more to reduce the environmental impact of streaming here across the board. Obviously, there's strong agreement in that. And that's good from the standpoint of the greening of streaming membership, because ultimately what we also say is that we have a responsibility to do more on this. If you take the power streamers, what was interesting on this one is the strongly agree stayed stronger. The tend to agree dropped off a little bit. So it was much more sort of pushing toward those who strongly agreed that there was a responsibility within the industry, meaning the streaming providers. And then to recap this before we go into a panel discussion on engaging the public, here are just a few key observations. Consumers are concerned about power consumption. Obviously, the power streaming user showed a greater concern, which is a positive from our standpoint. There is a potential commercial advantage for those who make environmental reforms a key part of their streaming strategy. That's not something we quantified in this. That's something I believe that going forward in this next year, we need to try to quantify what the dollar or euro or pound portion of their competitive streaming strategy might turn into if environmental reforms are made. While consumers are willing to change their habits, it's fundamentally clear that we as the industry need to own the problem. And as we could see from that last slide, indeed, there's a feeling, even within consumers, that the industry itself needs to work to provide alternate models that are more power efficient and also provide a greener future from a streaming standpoint. Before we go into the panel, are there any questions maybe that people might have? You can put them in the chat or Q&A.
Yeah, we won't hang for too long for questions, Tim, but just because we've got to keep moving today. We are actually really quite smashing it with keeping on time. I'm quite impressed. You've got some
an extra 6 minutes.
Yeah, amazing. I'm really quite blown away how accurately we're doing this today. We could all be in broadcast or something. It's quite bizarre. Elodie, Sylvia, let's bring you guys live into the chat. Hold on.
Hello.
Hey, Elodie, how you doing?
Hi, very well. In Amsterdam already.
Yeah, you beat the rush.
Well, we've got a stand to build, so.
Excellent. And Sylvia, are you there too?
I'm here.
Excellent. Great. Brilliant. My job's done. I'm going to leave you with Tim. Tim, back to you.
Yeah, definitely. So you all, of course, had seen the YouGov prior to this, but what's your just basic take on consumers saying they would be interested in figuring out ways to work with companies that are more environmentally friendly? And also, why is it important to get the public engaged in this?
Okay, I think maybe I'll start with that one. I think it's important because there really is a lack of awareness of how much streaming contributes to carbon emissions. So people, at least in Europe, there is a lot of awareness about global warming, about the need to do something. But this awareness tends to be about other industries, like we mentioned, aviation, transport, sometimes even agriculture. But people don't usually associate streaming with carbon emissions. So I think there is a real need to make this an issue in this to make people understand that streaming also contributes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I agree, and I think also probably as the YouGov sort of showed as well, people I think nowadays they know and they've realized that their choices matter really as citizens, but probably as buyers. And I think they understood as well that they can have an influence on the companies they're buying from, or they actually decide not to buy from. So that works for streaming too. I think, as Sylvia was saying, it's just that people are probably a bit less aware of the energy related issues when it comes to streaming. So I think the moment they will understand that, or they will be more aware of those issues, maybe they will understand that they can also have an impact when they choose to watch TV, to choose the platform they're using for streaming. So I think that's really key to get the public engaged, because they can somehow have some pressure on the streaming companies, who then will have pressure on their own technical suppliers and the whole ecosystem. Like everybody's going to be willing to be more sustainable, and here we go, right? It goes up the chain or across the chain, the entire chain, and the impact gets bigger. So it really matters indeed that the public gets more involved to push all of us to go even further.
So I'm curious, from your perspectives, I've run into people who are very educated, who have no idea that watching something on Amazon Prime actually consumes power. And when you then talk to them about that, they say, okay, what can I do to make a difference? So it's not that they are opposed to working with, more environmentally friendly models. They just don't even know that power consumption is part of the play. Have you all outside of the industry, I'm not talking about people that you work in the industry with, but outside of the industry, have you found people have that similar perception in your parts of the world?
Yeah, I think entirely. I think people outside of the industry, and I'm not an engineer or anything. I didn't come from the industry 10 years ago. I think people don't think about all what's behind the tablet or the TV set or the TV show they're watching. And they don't understand much how it works when they don't realize, then they don't really understand how it works behind. And as much as they're willing to do something, I think they need information, they need to understand a bit better. So maybe we have some work to do as well to use more understandable communication and wording and things like that for the public. There's probably two levels between what we do amongst us and what we share with the rest of the world.
Fair point. Sylvia, personal experience from people who aren't in the industry, who are sort of unaware that this is even an issue?
Yeah, I mean, trying to think of personal experiences. Yeah, people are surprised when I mention it. I think it's more or less like a habit that people watch TV without thinking about the consequences, just like you brush your teeth or you do. It's an everyday thing. And
Right.
Until someone points it out to you, you don't even think that it could be doing harm.
So how can we as an industry do a better job of letting the public know about this? I mean, there's the one-on-one conversations that I talk about, but what about at a much broader level? How do we go about that?
Do you want to take that, Sylvia, or do you want me to start maybe?
Yeah, you can start.
All right. Well, I think to make the public aware, first of all, probably the companies within our industry, but that have more public exposure, that are well known by the industry, can have a bigger voice. I think Netflix, for example, is doing a good job at that with the net zero strategy. They've been saying that they are trying to go carbon neutral by the end of the year, and everybody knows Netflix. So they can really help raise awareness in the public. But it also applies to national, I don't know, telecom operators and broadcasters that are well-known brands by the public. Well, that said, I think we all our responsibility in there, and each company in the industry has a role to play for sure, even though most of us maybe are B2B to C company. I think we can still have an impact working with our local communities and working all together. I think that's also one of the role of grading of streaming, right?
Very true.
Yeah, to add to that, it's important to raise awareness, and at the same time, it's important not to frighten people about the issue. So I think it's interesting to put things into context, like what the YouGov poll did, where they compared it to the aviation industry. So you put things into context. Yes, there is a problem, but it's something, if you quantify it, maybe it's a little bit less scary. And also, if you raise awareness not only about the problem, but about potential solutions and where we are with them. So that can help to show that there are things that are being done. There is hope for the future. We're still at the beginning of our journey. The aviation industry, for example, in the jetliner fuel efficiency increased by 70% in 40 years. We're still at the very beginning of our greening journey, so there is hope to make things better.
Yeah, and if I can add to that, I think it's clear that we have to highlight solutions and not frighten the end users, and also maybe not to make them feel guilty somehow. Like, we don't want them to stop watching TV or stream their favorite show on TV. And that's, I think, when one of the slides you showed, Tim, you were saying like the industry needs to own the problem, and that's what the end users expect from us. And I think this is true. Like, we want to make the public aware that, you know, what they choose to watch or like the platforms they use, they can have an impact, but they shouldn't, stop watching TV. We have to offer a more, I don't like the word, but like a greener streaming for them.
Well, and I think one of the nice things about the YouGov poll, and hopefully as we do this over the course of a couple of years, we'll be able to then present as parts of those polls, if you had this kind of an option, if you had this kind of an option, what would the impact be, as opposed to just saying if the company is greener or more environmentally friendly. Speaking of that, let's talk about greenwashing, because I know one of the things that Dom and I were adamant about from the get-go is making sure that we don't greenwash. Now, there's positive PR to say, hey, here's what we're doing, but how do we balance that with making sure that we're not to not frighten the consumer, greenwashing it and saying, oh, we've got this whole thing covered, don't worry about it?
It's a tricky one, I'd say, but and it's key. I really think we have to avoid greenwashing, otherwise we're not going to be credible. And that's also why, or one of the reasons that I believe put greening of streaming together and the companies to join as members, because we all believe it's important. And I think that's one of the pledge we sort of take when joining. But I still think it's very important to communicate, and we should not limit PRs or articles or any communication we can have on the topic, because it is important. We need to raise that awareness. The more we talk about it, the more people will be interested, the faster with things will move. So I really think it's key. But of course, we've seen in other industries or in the society globally that there's lots of mistrust and miscommunication because of greenwashing that has been unfortunately used by other companies, and that makes it hard for each of us to communicate without being seen as like trying to greenwash a company. So I believe probably like being very honest and transparent is going to be key. We're not here to pitch products or like advertise, and I think we need to like share verified information, nothing too vague or not supported by data. And I think the more details you share as well, the more transparent you're going to be. Let's say you want to share how much your company produces CO2 or how much your product has helped reduce the energy consumed for an hour of video streaming. But I think then you need to explain, what has been measured in details, what's included, what's not, what part of the chain maybe you've used or you're taking the number from, and what math or what calculation you've done to arrive to that number. I think, facts, data, transparency are actually more important in sustainability communication than in other communication. And maybe that would require a common language, but we were discussing with Sylvia yesterday about that, and I thought you had very good insights on that as well.
I think it's important to have data, to give data. And beyond that, I think it's important to share an industry understanding, to build a common industry understanding of what measurements we want to use and what is green and what is not. And that's exactly the work that Greening of Streaming is trying to do. So I think that's very important. This is something we can do only if we all get together. So it's an industry effort. That's very important to avoid greenwashing, to have this common industry understanding.
And I'll add one other thing to this as well. Excuse me. Somebody had asked a question and said, it seems disingenuous to say use Disney Plus instead of Netflix and you'll save more polar bears than the Arctic. Clearly, that's not the kind of model we're looking at, because on one hand, when we say, when we ask consumers these questions around whether they would make a decision if the company was more environmentally aware, we're not saying that any one company is better than another. That's not what Greening of Streaming is about. Greening of Streaming is about saying, let's lift the entire industry to get to Elodie's point, using that data, to Sylvia's point, using a commonality. That ultimately what we're trying to do is see the industry as a whole get to a better point. So at the end of the day, that's another good way to avoid greenwashing, is to make sure the industry as a whole comes along, as opposed to just any one company being able to say, my company's greener than 6 other companies who aren't doing the same thing I am. And that's also why we have best practices. So, so one final question as we go into this, and Sylvia, I'm going to point this more toward you. France is actually really pushing sustainability for companies, and ATEM is based in France. What do we see about those kinds of governmental pushes helping to move the needle forward from a Greening of Streaming standpoint?
Okay, so the government, actually, it all started with the Paris agreements in 2015. The agreements, so worldwide, not just France, was to limit, so the goal is to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius and possibly 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels. So in order to achieve that, there are some obligations, some regulations that some companies have, in particular reporting obligations. So companies of a certain size that are listed on the stock exchange have to report not only on financial matters, but also on extra financial matters, which include things like the environmental impact. So that's one thing we're seeing. Another very interesting thing in France, which is not an obligation, but more an opportunity, it's called the Loi Pacte, which is the ability to define what your company's purpose is. So you can define a mission and write this mission in the company statute, so it becomes legally binding. So then this is on a voluntary basis. You don't have to do it. But if you want to, you can. Obviously, the idea is that some investors are very interested in this kind of thing. They want to invest in companies with a mission. So it's not penalizing, hopefully. As a company, it's your mission. So you wanted this to happen, whether independently of the financial return.
Got it.
And so then you're held accountable. So it's just basically a tool for good governance of the company to be held accountable, to make decisions based on the mission that you have defined for yourself. Okay, then if you don't meet that mission, so if the accounting says that you're ignoring your mission, you lose your status of a company with a mission. So you don't have any penalty like going to jail or anything, but it's just it is a PR problem. And hopefully if investors and customers look at this kind of thing, it should be an incentive to keep it.
And we have a similar thing here in the, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Tim, sorry.
I was just going to say, we have a similar thing here in the States, Sylvia, called a B Corp, where you essentially write a mission statement directly into the incorporation of it. So, yeah. Elodie, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think what's good about our industry as well, it's very global, right? We've got companies from many countries in the world, and maybe we can use this regulation, those like local, national regulations that we have to inspire or get the best of it for the industry also, and share good like best practices again, or like get some ideas from regulations to sort of implement them within the industry as sort of standards for us for measurement or for communication or anything, and really like set a high standard in terms of being more sustainable. So it's and that's also what we see at Convening of Streaming. So
that's a really good point. I think legislative best practices could be best practices just as easily as engineering best practices as well. We got about 2 minutes left. Any final thoughts on engaging the consumer?
I guess it would be interesting to give like best practices to consumers, like what can they do today in order to save energy. So for example, optimize the kind of video you're looking for the device, like don't watch 4K on an iPhone, maybe that's obvious. Turn off devices when you're not watching, things like that.
But sometimes the simplest things and the simplest advice are still good to remind to people, I think. So yeah, would work.
Good point. All right, Dom, back to you. And thank you, Sylvia.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sylvia, Elodie, awesome session. Looking forward to catching up with you guys over the weekend. And Tim, I don't know how you get through that head cold. That is a struggle. We're going to let you slope off to the doctor in the middle of my panel later on with Mark and JT. So you can get yourself cleared through.
We're going to take me to the whiskey bar in Amsterdam 2 times.
That'll do it. Oh, you haven't drunk whiskey for about 14 years, though, Chief. Elodie, see you later. Sylvia, see you over the weekend. Thanks again. Right. I'm just going to refer to one of the questions that was before you slope off, Tim. I'm just going to refer to one of the questions that was posted by Alex. You mentioned it briefly. He was talking about. Let me read it out. Absolute despondency would lead to complete apathy, but telling people they're saving polar bears by using Disney Plus instead of Netflix feels very icky and disingenuous. I do like that comment. It immediately made me think of Save Toby. Do you remember Save Toby? I have a Save Toby table mat somewhere. Save Toby was one of the very first things that happened on YouTube, where somebody basically posted some pictures of a very cute white fluffy rabbit and said that they would eat him unless they received $50,000 in donations. So that is possibly another way we could get through to the general consumers, is if we don't reduce our energy, we're going to eat the rabbit. Anyway.
Well, and also I will say Alex also made a further comment where he was asking about whether greening and streaming would band together and shame outliers into action. I agree. You know, at some point, as we have a baseline, and we're probably talking 2 or 3 years down the line, I guess if you found companies who are like, you know, we don't care about our environmental impact, which I doubt we'll have anybody say that outright. Ultimately, there probably would be a conversation, you know, from that standpoint. But until we get that baseline, it's really hard to say, which is why it's nice to take something like the YouGov poll this year and then hopefully take another one next year and sort of see where the needle's moving. So.
Yeah, and we're very much not about bullying people. There's a lot of people that want to point fingers at people who yet are not in a position to really disclose anything because they themselves are looking internally and trying to understand their own position. And it's not fair to start pointing at people just because they're not disclosing stuff and insinuate that because they're not disclosing stuff, they must be bad just because they're big entities. That's just not fair. You know, it takes a lot of time, as we've heard through the Working Group 4 discussions and other discussions today. It takes a lot of time to establish where you are, and putting stuff out just because you're optimistic is a bad idea because, well, anyway, let's move on. Tim, let me let you go and get a hot drink or whatever you need to do. We'll catch up with you again for some more panels shortly. Thank you very much for that, and we'll see you again shortly. Next, we have, well, we're actually really honoured. We made a move earlier this year because we wanted to get more engagement with big broadcasters. We made a move that we would, by invitation of members and on the condition that they were participant in greening and streaming, that we would invite public service broadcasters to take part. And they have a different view to commercial broadcasters, and they have a different view to the technology vendors that are largely represented in greening and streaming. But they are quite often from these, what I would call the old school broadcast communities. They have deep reach into into every aspect that contributes into the modern streaming ecosystem, and so it's a great pleasure to have two major broadcasting public service broadcasting groups come to talk to us about public service broadcaster considerations in this space. First up, we've got Hemini Mehta. Hemini, could I ask you to take the virtual stage and bring your mic live?
Wonderful. Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly. Excellent. Over to you.
Wonderful. Thank you. So just a quick intro for those that don't know, EBU is the European Broadcasting Union. We're the union of most public service media across Europe. So the likes of Arte, that's already here, BBC, France Télévisions, etc., are all our members, and we have something like 70 plus. So when we are looking at streaming, obviously that's become in the recent years one of our biggest services that public service media offers to their audiences. Most of the members that are looking at the likes of their streaming emissions, etc., are those that have actually had a organizational strategy for a number of years, and a majority of public service media being accountable to the citizens of the nations they provide to. A lot of them are actually have got a 2030 net zero net strategy. And because of that, because you have the higher level strategy, it means that it's now starting to filter through the organization to see where these emissions can be cut and how can this organization become a net zero organization. And so typically the biggest members and the Western members, and particularly the Nordics, are the ones that have been further ahead, and therefore they're the ones that are taking the lead on this. A lot of them have written white papers with a number of organizations that are in greening of streaming already, like the University of Bristol and Carnstone, etc. So what we're actually in a very similar position to everything that's already been said. So I'm not going to say anything new in greening of streaming, because if we're going towards a net zero strategy, we need figures. And how do you know where you reach your net zero if you don't measure what you have to understand where you're going to go? And that's possibly the biggest conundrum that we have in sustainability today. And part of it is that it's still a relatively new topic of conversation. It's something that a lot of people are now starting to understand, that it gets a lot more complex because you have to start getting metrics. And this is what we're looking at the moment. So with greening of streaming, we've EBU has joined on behalf of the members, and some of our members are already part of this. And it's to understand how can we get these metrics, because we have a group on the cloud. And for example, what we've done so far with the cloud is that we've got recommendations on how you can procure for cloud services. How can you procure in a sustainable way for cloud services, taking sustainability requirements in. And now we're at that point where we're trying to do the measurements, and exactly the same place where we hit problems. How do we measure this? There's so many fragmented areas, there's so many different parties involved, etc. And so to join and collaborate with others is key for us in understanding how we can get these measurements, because these are the ones that are actually going to put a real stamp on, i.e. not greenwashing, understanding what it is we can do in the streaming world to reduce our footprint, along with all the other things that we're looking at. Metrics, even though the cloud providers provide metrics, it's always been taken with a pinch of salt, and it's also very hard, and it's not so clear cut to understand what that means in terms of scope 3 for our members. So what we're looking for in greening of streaming is if there is a way that we can join and get our streams end-to-end tested and understand how much carbon emissions they take, or how much energy is used in there, whatever this new standard is going to be, is vital for us in order to meet the targets that they have set. And aside from that, we also need to make sure that we're all speaking the same language, because part of the problem is understanding the differences in the metrics. So in some cases, things are measured in kilojoules, in others it's measured in kilowatts, in others it's measured in something else. So the idea is to come and to hopefully build some kind of a standard metric that we can all take. And also understand with streaming where we need to go. What are the standards that we can put in? Are there any new encoding formats that we can look at? Is there any other technology which helps us reduce our streaming footprint, and how do we use this? So these are the areas that we're tackling with the sort of the building side, making content, even content pledges. That's all becoming a little bit more understandable now. There's calculators for those things, but where there isn't is on the technology side, and that's where we hope we can work with all of you. So I hope that brings you back on time, Dawn.
Absolutely fantastic. Everyone seems to be nailing the timing today. It's brilliant. Thank you so much, Emily. There's so much to talk about. Could I ask you to just stick around in case we get a chance for a couple of questions? I can't guarantee we will, but in case we get a chance for a couple of questions after Stephanie. But I'm just going to segue straight over to Stephanie. Stephanie, if you'd like to bring your mic live, you should automatically go to camera. Brilliant. You were very organized. You were the first here today. I love that. Over to you.
Thank you, Dom. Hello, everyone. My name is Stephanie Young, and I'm a project manager, PMO at Arte, the French-German/European culture channel. And I'm here to give you some examples of how we at Arte are currently working on ways to minimize energy usage in general, and more particularly in our digital media distribution. And I'll start with the ISO 50001 energy management system that we have implemented at our headquarters in Strasbourg, which has allowed us to control and continuously reduce our on-site energy consumption and thus carbon emissions over the past couple of years, even despite a steadily growing audience, especially on our streaming platforms. Another step has been to integrate the energy criterion into the purchasing process at all levels, especially for investments and huge infrastructure projects, such as the current public tender for the renewal of our production and distribution infrastructure, the Nouveau Plateau Technique, where sustainability requirements, sustainability aspects are part of the evaluation of the proposals. Our global strategy in terms of carbon reduction also includes a regular carbon footprint assessment, which we call the bilan carbone, which is basically a breakdown of RT's greenhouse gas emissions by area of activity. So for instance, building, equipment, transports, etc., but obviously also content production and distribution. And one of the most striking, however not surprising outcomes was that the internet streaming emissions are significantly higher than those of linear distribution. So our management board is currently working on defining precise goals on the reduction of our digital carbon footprint or streaming footprint in the future. And speaking of streaming, let's have a look at what we are already doing in this field today. One topic to mention is per title encoding, which refers to an efficient encoding solution using an IA model that analyzes the content of videos that are to be broadcast over the internet and that optimizes the predictions on the encoding quality required for each content. The aim is to produce optimized streams through lower data rates, while still being able to provide, for example, a 1080p resolution to our users. And this brings me to the next topic, as we're going to integrate a selection of UHD content into our digital offering. And in this context, we are going to switch from a monocodec approach to a multi-codec environment by integrating the HEVC or H.265 codec in the first step. And we plan to further enhance on this with new codecs in the future. Apart from streaming related activities, we're also trying to identify potential for reducing our digital carbon footprint as early as the programming stage. So our teams in charge of developing our online platforms and apps have integrated a tool called greenframe.io into their coding and deployment environment. And this tool allows them to detect any kind of improvement or regression in the environmental footprint of the global system before deploying a new feature to production. Finally, there's one thing to note for a media service like ours, and this is something that the carbon footprint assessment as well as using tools as Greenframe have confirmed. While we will obviously continue to reduce our share of emissions through more efficient streams, infrastructure, data centers, and the like, a big part of energy consumption is indeed on the user side, so related to browsers, screens, network, etc. So this is something that echoes the discussion you had just now between Elodie, Sylvia, and Tim. We want to offer transparency to our viewers so that they can make informed decisions about how they watch RT videos, which is why we're currently also working on improving the performance settings available on our online platforms and on ways to communicate this to our users. And this is something where we're indeed hoping to be able to exchange on this topic in the future with other members of Greening and Streaming and seeing what kind of best practices do exist. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Hemini, can I just ask you also to bring your camera back on? Just a couple of quick questions to you both, actually. So one thing that you guys will have more of a sort of view on than I think any, let me just, oh, hold on. I'm doing the wrong spotlighting thing there. One thing that I think you folks will have more of a view on than probably some of our other members. There is a concern I have that outsourcing and changing the organizational structure could lead some larger entities in the broadcasting space to be moving towards net zero. Now, I think you guys as public service broadcasters are set up differently and so have different motives from commercial broadcasters and so on. But I worry about that, and I worry that changing an internal energy team to being an outsourced contractor suddenly moves things from scope 2 to scope 3 and so on. I worry about that in the industry, and I just I wonder how you guys safeguard against that, or whether that's just common sense in the business. Do you have any comments on that, Bob?
So yes, only because regardless of whether it's scope 2 or scope 3, most organizations that have a net zero strategy, broadcasters, PSMs that have it, they are very much responsible and accountable for it. So the idea is not that just because we've moved, for example, data centers, they were all in-house and now we've gone over to cloud services. Does that mean that we don't care? No, we do. It's because it's still, scope 3 is still very much counted towards the net zero approach. And as anybody on here that knows and has done their carbon emissions, has calculated them, they know that actually majority of them are all scope 3 when you look at service organizations like us. So they do count, and we are still trying to be very responsible for them, which is why we have the groups that we do at the moment, trying to figure out how much cloud usage are we using? Is there a better way of using it? There's a lot of accountability that we need to take ourselves, which is the idea that one clip or one video is probably encoded several times over, and we've got many versions of it in short form, long form, you name it, because it's become a bucket that nobody knows what it is, unless the finance people get involved. But then all of a sudden, oh, your costs gone up. These are the things that we have to start looking at. So no, we're not washing our hands off of that at all.
That's excellent news. Good. Okay, well, listen, Stephanie, sorry, won't come back to you. We're banging against the clock here, but hopefully see you guys at IBC over the weekend. If you're both there, come and find us on the Sunday event. If not, we'll see you in the fullness of time. And a virtual round of applause for your presentations. Brilliant. Thank you very much for coming today. And with no further ado, I think out in the virtual ether web of Zoom, I've now made us run 3 minutes late, so I'm going to blame myself for that. But I'm sure we'll catch it up somehow. So where's Mark? There's Mark. There we. Mark, over to you. We go now. Greening Stream is all about collaboration. This session is all about collaboration, and we've heard a lot of people collaborating. We only win if we all win in this particular instance. So I'm going to hand to you to introduce the session while I dig the speakers out and bring them to the fore.
Yes, perfect. So like Dom said, we couldn't do this without collaboration. We all have a common goal. We now have 3 sessions, really focusing on the collaboration between 2 companies on solving the issues that we have as an industry. So I'd like to give the floor to Ian Vaughan from Varnish Software, and Guy Ray from Intel, to give some insights on their collaboration and what they're doing to improve efficiency and lower the carbon emissions.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. My name's Ian Vaughan. I work in product marketing at Varnish Software. I hope you can see my screen. So we're a provider of caching, content delivery, and CDN software called Varnish Enterprise, which is based on the popular open source software Varnish Cache, but enhanced for low latency, high throughput use cases, so video streaming, custom CDN deployments, and that sort of thing. And I think with caching, we're in a good position to try and contribute meaningfully to these sustainability efforts. Caching is always, it's about moving content to the edge, reducing network hops, lowering hardware overheads. So these can all help reduce overall power needs. Obviously, it depends a lot on cache performance and throughput. And that's something we've been working with Intel on for a couple of years now. So just to give a quick overview of the timeline, we started working together in 2019, working on a multi-access edge CDN deployment for a major telco. And then after that project finished, we continued working together on performance benchmarking. So deploying Varnish on Intel-based servers to see how far we could push video streaming performance. Also live and VOD, and developed a series of solution blueprints and reference architectures in the process. And then in 2021, I think it was, a few months after we hit 400 gigabit per second throughput, we hit a major milestone for us, which was reaching 500 gigabit per second per server throughput for video streaming. So a single server, Intel-based server running Varnish software on top. And I think this is when we realized we could contribute to energy efficiency efforts in the space. When you think about how much hardware you'd need for a certain amount of traffic, When you have a single server offering that amount of throughput, you're able to actually heavily reduce your hardware footprint. You need less data center space to cope with the traffic compared with, say, servers, running at 40 gig, for example. So we started looking at ways we could work together to further sort of investigate and improve energy efficiency in the content delivery space. So offering, basically, the route through was offering that improved single server performance, so you're able to consolidate your networks, reduce your footprint. But another part of the project is sort of getting the most out of servers you're already using. So optimizing the software to make sure it's not bottlenecking your performance. So I mean, if you're running servers, if your servers are powered on, you want to be getting the most out of them. So another sort of key benefit of working with Intel is we've been able to really work with them to optimize Varnish in a way that works well with the underlying hardware. And then together we can consult with customers and help them choose the optimal configurations for their needs. Just a quick example of one sort of benefit was we were able to introduce support for NUMA into Varnish Enterprise, which means we're able to sort of process memory access locally for more efficient I/O. And so obviously that's a real benefit of working with Intel, as we're able to have these close discussions and collaborations on features like that. And in terms of, you can see on the timeline where we are at this stage, and in terms of the next steps, we're really interested in making it easier for service providers to take energy use into account when they're sort of designing and building content delivery platforms. I think everyone sees a need to reduce overall power consumption, but it's hard to see a route into that issue, see where the savings could come from. So we're working on a joint white paper with Intel to describe different reference architectures with performance and power benchmarks to sort of help service providers pick the best combination of cost, power, and performance to meet their specific needs. So it's really about showing that they're able to reduce environmental impacts even when they're delivering demanding video workloads and growing their business. So if anyone's interested in taking a read of that white paper when it is released, please just drop me a line. I'll be happy to share it. And then in the next 6 months, we'll be looking to push sort of performance milestones further. So for a better throughput, less power consumption, more sort of ability to consolidate your networks. So watch this space, and I'll pass over to Guy Ray now for the Intel side of the partnership.
Okay, thank you, Ian, and hi everyone. I'm Guy Ray. I'm the segment director for CDN at Intel. And actually, I'm having two speakership on this session here. I'll talk a little bit more general about the collaboration that we are having with Varnish, and I'll later on talk a little bit about more the techniques that we're actually applying to achieve what we have. So the first thing to understand that the CDN workload is very important for Intel Xeon processors in terms of the benchmarking of the CDN workload, meaning both the performance and of course the power utilization of it. Sometimes we can think that this is contradicting, but actually it's not. The more, in many cases, the more performance are being improved, the more power efficient the entire system is become. If we are measuring in terms of power per bits per second and that sort of measurements. And because of that, we have established at Intel a few years now a very significant CDN lab where we are actually measuring the complete solution. We have terabits of workload, and we can really take system to the envelope of what they can do. We are working closely with Varnish to actually profile and to identify the bottlenecks in their solution. And when we do, we offer all sorts of modern accelerators within the processors that are bringing those two impacts, increasing the application, increasing the performance, but at the same time also bringing the system to be more power efficient. How are we doing that? I will talk more in my next session coming, I think, very soon. One of the techniques that was mentioned by Ian is NUMA aware. Of course, you get more bits per second out of a given hardware of the same power. But it's not the only technique. There are many others, and I'll talk about a few of them in the next session or two. That's it.
Thank you, Guy. Thank you, Ian. I have a lot of questions, but we'll have to save those for another time. I'm sure there will be more of this in the future. So I would like to jump to the next session on this. That's by Sasan Pagan from ATEM and Aaron Bayman from AMD. Are you guys online? Yes, I see you both. Yes. Perfect.
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfect.
Very good.
You guys can go. Perfect.
Okay, great. So I think, Sasan, as we had agreed, I'll open it up with just a couple of remarks. I want to be mindful of our time. Just to confirm, can you see the slides?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Very good. So Aaron Bayman, actually 14 years at Xilinx, but have recently transitioned over to the EPIC server team focused on media and entertainment as a vertical market. So really what we'll talk about here is really more on the server CPU side. So EPIC, the third generation, codename Milan, is our highest performance server processor. It's frankly the highest performance server processor in the world. And we've collaborated very closely with ATEM on the second and third generation. And of course, we've got the fourth that will be coming out later this year. The family ranges in sizes from 8 cores all the way up to 64 cores. This is very important because encoding or transcoding in general is a particular workload that can fully exploit all of the resources of the CPU. And the more cores, obviously, that you have in the CPU while maintaining a relatively low TDP means you're getting even more efficient streams per CPU. Just a very quick benchmark on VP9 encoding performance across the entire current generation of EPIC CPUs. And again, what I'll do is, Dom, I'll provide, or Mark, I'll provide these slides to you to provide to the participants today. There are links to other references. So just wanted to share, massive performance capability built within the EPIC CPUs, supporting standard encoding standards such as VP9, H.264 HEVC, or X.264, X.265, et cetera. We've partnered with ATEM. They've been a fantastic partner on the software-based side for transcoding. And the second generation, which is the Rome codename CPUs, have helped them to reduce their costs. And certainly Sasan will go more into that in just a moment, enabling them as much as 50% savings in energy. It's a really nice testimonial where the team at ATEM, I think, very eloquently discusses how they've been able to eke out a material amount of additional channels in the same footprint in a 1RU server. So would encourage everybody to take a look at that video. I know just given the tight schedule today, we don't have time to look at that. And then we, along with ATEM, have partnered with Dell on PowerEdge servers that have been optimized for ATEM's stack. So I guess with that, let me, Sasan, hand it over to you.
Okay, let's see. Hopefully you can see my screen now.
Yes, perfect.
Great. So I'll pick up where Aaron left off. Thanks, Aaron, for that introduction. As some of you may know, we design and develop many of the components of the video streaming workflow, and obviously encoders and decoders, as Aaron pointed out, but also packagers, origin servers, cloud DVRs, and whatnot. And our collaboration with AMD kind of encompasses both the hardware side of our appliances. Many of our appliances on the head end and the contribution rely on the Xilinx chips that AMD develops. And on the software side, using COTS servers, as Aaron mentioned, the EPIC line of codecs are critical to our products. And the collaboration that Aaron alluded to, it's really a lot of our scientists and engineers sitting down prior to the development of their chipsets and looking at specific instruction sets or designs that can help optimize video processing. Will this instruction set help you with that kind of video processing? So really targeting those applications specifically with their chip design. And this collaboration is all the more important because streaming video is becoming ever more challenging. Resolutions are increasing, HD, 4K, and now 8K, if not the end user, at least on the production side. Frame rates, the norm used to be 25, 30, now it's 50, 60 frames per second, and people are talking about 100, 120 frames per second. HDR, high dynamic range and wide color gamut, fantastic in terms of quality of experience for the end user, but comes at a cost. You have to go to 10 bits per color component now. So every pixel has more bits and there's more pixels, both time-wise and space-wise. And as if that wasn't bad enough, you now have an explosion in the amount of content that's being produced, because literally everybody and the grandmother, as YouTube can prove to us, is becoming a generator of content and a streamer of content. So more VOD assets, that requires higher channel densities for us. And of course, now that we're going towards targeted advertisements, you also have this whole slew of ads that have to be constantly produced, updated, and streamed individually to individual users. And as one of the previous speakers pointed out, well, streaming isn't quite as efficient as the old traditional broadcasts. I used to work for a company which was a satellite distributor. One satellite, one broadcast could reach 300 million people in the US. Now you have individual streams, even though with CDNs and caches that can be improved, but nonetheless, there's a lot of individualization and requires multiple times the same streaming going out. So very challenging. That being said, our collaboration with AMD, as well as our own software innovation, has paid off quite handsomely in the past few years. I'm just going to give you 3 graphs here. One metric that we use for our live service on the left of my screen, the number of encodings. So what's the consumption of power for 100 HD channels per year in megawatts per hour? The industry norm, the market average back in 2018 was around 74 megawatt hours. That was kind of where we were at ourselves. Last year, 2021, it's been down to 29 megawatt hours per year per 100 HD channels. So huge reduction, 61%, as you can see there. It's a similar story with our storage and delivery services. It's a different metric in terms of how many hours of video is being viewed, but nonetheless, the trends you can still down 67%. And likewise for our carbon emissions, again per 100 HD services, the norm used to be 373 tons or so per year. Now it's down to 124. So again, as somebody pointed out, these numbers, you can debate them, the accuracy, but at least it gives you a good trend of where we're going towards and how much we've succeeded already. Obviously, a lot of work still needs to be done, given the numbers, the green numbers are not still as small as we'd like them to be. And beyond just the collaboration on the chips, so we're also collaborating both with AMD and other peers in the industry as a whole. We are a founding member of the Green Streaming. I'm proud of that, which means that we get involved with creating working groups and setting new industry standards. As others have pointed out, we can't do it alone. We really have to encourage the whole industry to work together. So whether it's commissioning papers on the greening of streaming, whether it's finding metrics to measure the gains we're achieving, like the ones I showed in the previous slide or others have shown throughout the day, and improving the accuracy of those metrics, but also looking at our own footprint, our own behavior inside the company. And our CEO has set the goal for us to reduce our own impact by 50% in a matter of 3 years. So we have to look at reducing business trips. So I'm not going to IBC. I went to NAB, so I'm staying here. And I let my colleagues who are in Europe to go to IBC. It's a lower footprint. But also teleworking. I mean, obviously with the pandemic, all of us have been used to it. I myself, as it happens, have been working from home since 2018, so a couple of years before it became fashionable. But the company as a whole is, encouraging a hybrid approach where it's 50% from home and 50% of work to the extent needed. I hope I've managed to keep us on time, Mark, but you tell me if we're good.
No, you're perfect. Very well, very well. And good to see also that we see two different chipset manufacturers, one focusing on the delivery part of it, the other one focusing on the encoding part of it, and have both stories here told. So very, very interesting here. I would like to jump to the third one. And this is Xavier Leclerc from Broadpeak and Robin Oakley from The Zone. They're going to talk about their collaboration that they're doing together.
Cool. Hi, everyone. I think I'm starting this one off. So I'm Robin Oakley. I'm VP of Distribution Engineering at DAZN. And for anyone that doesn't know what DAZN do, we're a global OTT sports broadcaster. And I think, to give a scale of that, last year we streamed over 27,000 live events and something like 1 billion hours of video content. So best part of 200 companies, and my team's role in all that is to manage the distribution systems that get that content between the origin and the playback devices and ensure that the viewers are getting a great playback experience. Our key territories out of those 200 are places like Germany, Spain, Japan, and Italy. I mean, and Italy features in the case study here, so more on that in a bit. But first, I'll let Xavier introduce himself as the Broadpeak part.
Very good. Thank you, Robin. So my name is Xavier. I run business development here at Broadpeak. In a nutshell, Broadpeak, we provide video delivery solutions from origin packages to content delivery. We work with mostly network operators today, so the likes of Orange, Deutsche Telekom, America Movil, but also with content providers, right? The likes of HBO, some national broadcasters as well. And today we're going to talk about an interesting collaboration, like Robin mentioned, with DAZN, where some of our technology is being used to deliver live streaming at scale. So hopefully you can see my screen. I'm going to try and change the slide here. So this is the story we want to share with you today. This is one of the deployment of some of our technology called multicast ABR. It's deployed on an operator network, right? So this is Telecom Italia in Italy that decided to deploy this technology to feed basically the next generation of set-top box with live streaming video. Okay, maybe just 2 words about multicast ABR before we jump into this. So it uses ABR. So HLS and Dash, so chunks of video referenced by a manifest file, obviously. And it combines ABR with multicast, right? And you may know multicast from, the days of IPTV, sort of 10, 15 years ago, where we used to move basically video over a transport stream format using multicast. Here it's a little bit different. We take ABR and we create basically multicast streams inside the operator's network. And what is interesting here is that we get the best of both worlds, right? We get the versatility of ABR, so the ability to deliver to multi-screen, the targeted advertising, all the great things that comes with ABR, with the quality and the scalability of multicast for live, right? So you end up with something that is very efficient. The reason for that, it's leveraging multicast, right? So it's a set of data streams that travel through the operator's network. It requires obviously a managed network. So this is not for the open internet. It has to be inside an ISP network. But what you get, if you look at the picture here, is a dynamic distribution tree, right? So the distribution is done at the router level, right? So using, functions built into the routers. And it's not using CDN servers, right? That's the big difference. And that's why the technology is very efficient. We believe it's very efficient. We'll get to some numbers in a minute, but that gives us basically the scalability. So we create multicast streams in one of the headends in the network. We use a network to transport those multicast streams with the routers, the routing infrastructure in place with the ISP. And then once it gets to the end user, we basically reverse the process. We take multicast, we terminate multicast, and we have our particular chunks of ABR available for any of the playback devices, right? So here, Telecom Italia is using it for their live channels, right? The linear channels, and also a set of events. They've done a few interesting things in 4K, the last Winter Olympics, the last Summer Olympics, the French Tennis Open. So all of that is very interesting from an operator standpoint. But today we wanted to share the fact that this can also be leveraged by OTT providers. So we made a little picture here. Maybe Robbie, if you want to explain it from your point of view, how it works across this complicated ISP networks from the DAZN point of view.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And to go into the scene a bit more and as to why we're here and why Tim opened this up to us. We want to work in here. In 2021, we were awarded the rights to Italy's Serie A football league, which is soccer for those of you joining in America, and the top league in Italy. So we have the challenge here of trying to deliver that at OTT scale, a right that was traditionally on a satellite platform. So we've got a challenge here how we do that in all sorts of efficient ways, not just financially, using resource efficiency and what was achievable effectively on the timescale we have for that. So Tim, largest ISP in Italy and a key partner of ours in this project from the start. So, and coupled with that, we've been talking to Broadpeak for quite a while about this technology and the benefits of it. So naturally, we were keen to support and work with Tim and leverage this out here. Whilst we're immediately available interested in the playback experience that this would offer us. We always want the best playback experience, but also the way it's achieved, as Xavier has been saying, it's like leveraging existing network equipment and infrastructure and all that. If I'm speaking on behalf of Tim, is avoiding network congestion. It's avoiding spend and development in other areas of fiber networks, deploying multiple CDN unicast servers, which is it's multicast unicast broadcast. So any ISP is out there to try and mitigate those issues. So that's really what appealed to us. So we've worked with Tim to roll this out, and gives us something to think about and a tool in a box in reducing impact, because naturally if you're leveraging existing resources and avoiding buying new in there, it's reducing impact on energy sources and the world and even the materials that make all that. So I think Xavier has some slides on that next.
Yeah, thank you, Robin. So, we do a lot of work with ISPs, right, with telcos, and one thing that becomes clear when it comes to power consumption is the actual distribution element of it. So the networking equipment, the servers associated with video delivery, they represent quite a small part of the total electricity budget, right? We basically have figures from some of the telco basically showing that it's inside the home that we consume a lot of energy. It's also in the access network, things like mobile networks, RAN, they consume a lot of energy. Here, when it comes to the distribution part of video, telcos estimate it's about 10% of the total electricity consumption, right? So we can work on this part because this is our scope, but obviously we need a broader engagement to have a meaningful impact. But our level, we've made some models here. The first thing to know is obviously streaming is growing, like in the case with the Serie A in Italy. This is content that moved away from broadcast into streaming. So obviously live streaming is growing and is going to continue to grow. So this is what we estimate here in red, the current live streaming course with basically a lot more energy that is going to be consumed over time. And we basically developed two models here with alternative ways of delivering the content. One is through caching inside the ISP. So we can already get, I think, about 45% reduction by caching the content inside the ISP. Here we assume, a CDN for live working very well with a cache hit ratio at about 90%. And, we can dive into the numbers if you are interested in this, but that's, something that we see and we think work well. And then beyond that, the further reduction you see here of multicast ABR going all the way down to an 80% reduction, again, on the 10% of the, the total consumption that we can have an impact on, that's down to multicast, because again, multicast doesn't need a CDN to be built against the capacity. And that's typically where power is being consumed today, the fact that you need the capacity in place, whether you are using it or not. And here, because multicast is dynamic, we don't consume so much power. We don't have to build that capacity. So here we can remove basically those big peaks of traffic within the network, and we can reduce the CDN capacity needed inside those networks. So this is our models. Obviously, we're going to need to put that to the test, and that's something we'll talk towards the end. But yeah, going forward, we believe there are multiple ways of delivering the content. And maybe Robin, if you want to share your perspective on what are the different tools and where's your thinking, that's probably going to be useful for the audience here.
Oh, well, let me just preface, sustainability isn't my day job, but it's a subject massively close to my heart, and the reason we want to be part of Greening of Streaming Forum, to understand the initiatives out there, what we can do, how we measure it, and do that, because we're open to all possibilities. We're using a variety of tools in delivery there, from the naturally shared global CDN infrastructure there to dedicated caching technology. And Ian and Varnish talk about getting the most bang for buck out of the servers that are out there. Another way is filling them with more usage, not having to install the same thing again for another company. Why have a half full super tanker sailing out there when you could already fit half your cargo on there as well, and make one journey on that one. So really what I'm trying to say is we're really open to that, and really mindful of that juxtaposition between performance, features, and dedicating that for yourself, yet sharing that out. So how do you balance that? Is what I'm keen to understand there, and across our toolbox, and working with internet service providers, technology providers, people in this forum here, is to understand those. My door is open to this, and what we should be doing to be mindful and have this as top of everyone's consciousness as we move forward in the streaming and the greening of that journey. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, and I think maybe just to wrap it up, right, the next step for us is to do a real life study, because the theory, the models we develop is interesting, but the truth is in the pudding, right, like they say. So we want to do this study with a partner like TIM, because Telecom Italia has the various tools that Robin is mentioning. So the global CDN, the DAZN Edge, the TIM CDN, the TIM Multicast ABR. And we're hoping to be able to bring TIM also to the greening of streaming. So that's a conversation we're going to have at IBC in the coming days. And hopefully we think we can do this real life target in the next 6 months. So stay tuned. We hopefully have more information in the next session.
Great, thanks Robin, thanks JV. Great also to see that the collaboration is being extended with Tim, so good to see the collaboration growing. Well, thank you all for the panelists for the sessions. I'd like to give it back to Dom. We're a little
cool, awesome. Adam and I were just back chatting here. The collaboration sessions were absolutely central to today. It was, Greening Streaming is all about that collaboration, and those were hard and fast hitting. I think Alex Davis has broken his pencil taking notes. He's still managing to squeeze some questions in. So do check those out, panelists. If you've got any answers for Alex, he's there. Anyone else with questions, do keep them coming in. It's actually working quite well having the Q&A answered in the background, because we are really incredibly only minutes behind schedule, and we have a panel coming up. Tim's got a head cold, so he's going to be asking short, brief questions. So Tim, over to you for the next panel.
Thanks, Dom. All right, so let's see if Ian and Dom Wedgwood are on. There we go. I see Dom Wedgwood. Dom, how are you doing?
I have to say, it's the best name in the industry.
Thanks, Tim. It is. I can agree with you.
Nice. And actually, tell us just a little bit about your company.
So actually, sorry, were you talking to me or Ian?
Yeah, no, you.
Okay, yeah, Robin, I think gave DAZN an intro there. It was quite useful of you guys parking us next to each other on the agenda. So yeah, sports streaming at scale globally, with probably pertinent for this with for this topic, with content production and operations people situated globally in both our own facilities and buildings, as well as third-party service providers. And then obviously with the task, as the guys have just described, with Broadpeak, but distributing that content globally is quite a task. So that's what we do.
Very good. And speaking of production, Ian, tell us just briefly about Blackbird.
Hi, Tim, and hi, Dom. Blackbird is professional video editing done in a browser tab. We are able to enable remote, flexible, highly sustainable, highly efficient professional video editing. And we have customers mostly, I would say, in the sports and news area, predominantly now in the US, actually, is our fastest growing area. Yeah, that's Blackbird in a nutshell. Yeah, looking forward to today's panel.
Good. So I'm going to start with you, Ian. The question about measuring or getting data to measure, scope 1 to 3 emissions. Where are we in doing that, and what do we do with that data once we get it?
So we are moving forward in that area. There are panels available on various public cloud systems now. There are lots of people, as you were talking about in your previous panel here, just looking at measuring various carbon emissions from various parts of the media supply chain. We are still, I have to say, though, still struggling to get a standardized view of a media supply chain, and there's obviously multiple reasons for that. That there are any number of different facets, whether it be age of hardware, whether it be spin up, spin down models, whether it be various types of data center, that just it is at this point in time still a very much a complex picture that doesn't have a standardized answer for what is happening with regards to even scope 1, scope 2 emissions, but let alone scope 3 emissions. And scope 3 emissions can obviously be up to 80% of the carbon emissions of any particular company or workflow. So that's still a work to be done. Work needs to progress. What do we do when we have that information? I think it really will drive people's behavior. I think it'll drive regulation. I think that's really what needs to come, so that people start to change the way that they actually approach a problem, approach a solution. So yeah, that's where we are.
Got it. So Dom, you talked about sort of the global portion of it, but what about regional and addressable streaming? Where does power consumption come into that, first of all? And secondly, how do we make sure that as we're doing regionalized or more focused, that we're not essentially rebuilding the wheel multiple times and impacting power consumption negatively?
Yeah, I think here for us across the whole estate, the biggest impact we're having, I think, on our emissions, sort of measured in a macro scale, is we're able to move more of our business to not being always on. So actually we're event-driven business, but actually we're looking at that more so than just, well, we only want the meter to be turning whilst we're earning money and putting live events out to our customers. But being quite diligent there in terms of really analyzing the always on services that we've worked in a broadcast capacity. Is if it's always there, it's good when you come to use it. Well, we've shifted that away and said, look, that safety net is gone. You can't have that. Engineers and architects, you can't have it. So how do you then build that robustness and resilience into the automation and orchestration of these services, so you feel as good as you did when nothing's gone wrong with that channel or that set of equipment? And that now we're taking that for our, let's call it, customers internally, people creating content in the production space. They also, as our customers, had to be taken on that journey. So the engineering teams were more au fait with where we were going, but those users weren't, and that's been a journey for us to get them comfortable. And to that point, an operational site, of which we have Tokyo, Munich, Milan, Madrid, these sites are connected by fiber connectivity, and they have screens that are on all the time in very traditional ways. Now they don't. You know, they might have a primary connection in there that sits there so that we know that the path is there, but then we spin up ad hoc services around it in multiple ways based on the tiering of the event to add multiple paths of resilience. And we found we're actually more robust as a business on that level, because we're not just using 1+1 or 1+2 or whatever. So that's about SD-WAN and connectivity in that way. And then on the distribution side and the streaming part, again, similarly, it's being really diligent not to have too much. When you're in a push scenario to CDNs, and we're using the marketplace, we've got to be careful not to over provision. And so that's actually about us being responsible in our business and not being overly ready just for safety's sake.
And your sort of description in my head comes to mind, sort of the old network operations center with, 40 screens active all the time, or a broadcast ops center, same kind of thing. Essentially, you're saying you're making sure that the primary pipe is lit in there, but you bring up the other things as needed. What does that do from forget the power consumption piece for a moment. What does that do from the expense side of the house? Is it a significant enough difference to say between leaving it always on versus spinning it up ad hoc that you're actually impacting revenue or profit down the line as well?
I'd say we're still discovering that. So It depends component by component. If we talk connectivity and the use of data centers, that's good now financially as well, because SD-WAN services are now mature enough to be driven by an API and reliably be there, and it's about how you use them and how you deploy them, and we're getting better at that. So the price point is meeting the power consumption usage there. Other componentry around it, not yet, but we're getting there, and that is about that interaction of the network world with the video that's needed in our operation centers.
Right. Okay, fair point. So Ian, sort of along those same lines there, you provide a service for people anywhere at any time. You mentioned the US is sort of a big market. Do you also find models that you're moving to where you say, this part could be spun up, when we hit 5 a.m. in the US and dropped off when we hit 2 a.m. or are there any models along those lines?
100%. I mean, Dom's absolutely right. Is that the spin up, spin down model where you can scale to 500 users and drop down to to zero is absolutely the way that the Blackbird is being architected now. So it's the way that we will scale our approach to public cloud. We're moving much more into the public cloud now rather than the Blackbird cloud. That said, we work in a very efficient way. Our cloud is architected particularly efficiently. So we need to make sure that whatever we take into the public cloud is replicated in that way. But I think in terms of, we are in a situation now where the world is facing an energy crisis and is facing rising costs of power. That it's not just the sustainable action that is going to benefit from being this, being efficient. It's going to be the bottom line. It's going to be other benefits as well that can be loaded on to a more advanced technology, which is, I know it's kind of probably a bit hackneyed, but the Tesla example of saying, when they did lower emissions of the actual vehicle, but they also made it quieter, faster, loaded other benefits onto that car as well. That's what you can do with a more advanced media workflow. We put out a paper today on how fast Blackbird is compared to traditional workflows, for instance, which are still, even though they're in the cloud, they're still doing things in a fairly traditional lift and shift way. And Blackbird is up to 4 times faster than those methodologies because of the way that we're architected. So there are other benefits other than just the emissions.
So I grew up in an era where I was sort of on the cusp of you never get fired for buying IBM to you never got fired for rolling a satellite truck back in the day. I came out of video conferencing, came into streaming. How do we convince people and sort of bring them along that the always on model isn't necessarily the best, when most times people will say, I'll just throw money at it to guarantee that it's up and running? And I'll throw that out to both of you.
From my point, I'll pick up on Ian's sort of sentiment there. I think you've got to do the same and better. You've got to equal it and improve it. If technology is going to do more than just satisfy the pressure, the business pressures of spend or whatever, you know, it's got to give those content creators more. My hope for DAZN and my teams is that we can challenge where these production capabilities, and when I say I'm actually talking more in the live environment, push them down that media supply chain. So the developers who are down at one end, it depends which way you look at the supply chain. So the player team would say they're at the start of it, but I'm traditionally left to right from the venue. But they are really excited about us talking about how do we take out of the traditional production space some of the features and things you can do with video and audio, and start putting them further down towards the player. And that's where we feel we've got an opportunity on being OTT first as a priority to really leverage that whole chain. But you can't just replace certain things that happened on a card, in a desk, in a truck, or in a studio, and just do it there, because that's a nice trick and they feel okay about it, and then we move on. It's actually about we can do more, and I think we can. So that's the next step for us, which is quite aspirational, but we're baby steps.
Yeah, I'll just pick up on that one, because it is the sentiment that I was talking about. At the end of the day, the people that are using the actual tools will be the ones that want, you know, they'll decide. You know, CTOs and CEOs and CFOs can decide what they want, but at the end of the day, you know, especially where there's high availability of SaaS products, the users will choose generally, and it's got to be an end-to-end process where there are efficiencies built into every part of it, but the actual product is, as Dom said, it's better and it's more, and it's easier to use at the end of the day, and that's what's gonna make a difference.
And I'll throw in one quick comment before I hand it back to Dom Robinson. But you know, you mentioned, Dom Wedgwood, about the card and the desk. The beauty of IP delivery, both from an acquisition standpoint and a delivery side, is that inherent redundancy you get in some of those solutions that you didn't have in an SDI card back in the day. If that card went down, Master Control had to scramble to go find another card to put in its place. So thank you both for your time. Sorry it was such a short panel, but actually there's some very good points brought up.
Thanks very much.
Dom, I think you may be muted. Dom Robinson.
I've got 2 mute buttons today. That's confused me. Tim, Dom, Ian, brilliant. Thank you. Great session. We've ticked the box of production. We're trying to travel right through the value chain at the supply chain at such a rate today. Great points about scaling down as well. I always like it when people talk about scaling down, because we get obsessed with scaling up. But 10 years ago, we were on our side, we were advocating scaling down as being the key to cloud, and it really is. So good, top stuff. Thanks, folks. Hopefully see you both over the weekend. I'll be hunting you down. We'll see you on the beach on Sunday. Be great. Good. Okay. Let's release those chaps from the spotlights. And Tim, you're back shortly to after this session, actually. But we've got another squeeze in with Aaron and Guy. Now, we've brought them back to the stage because while we talked about collaboration earlier, and it's pretty difficult to do anything in the IT sector without at some point talking to Intel or AMD, at the end of the day, they have a much broader and deeper reach. So I asked them to come and take part in the session in these next sessions. Looking at innovations in silicon was the sort of challenge title. Obviously, where there's computing, there's silicon, and so it's really important to know what's coming down the pipeline. First up, we've got Aaron back to the stage. Aaron, are you out there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yep. Let me just remove my spotlight and hand the mic to you. Over you go.
Okay, good. Let me put this into presentation mode. All right, great. You can see slides, yes?
Yep, perfect.
Sorry, let me go back into Prezi mode. My bad. Okay. All right. So I want to kick it off and actually talk about what we believe at AMD is probably the bigger compute problem, and that is supporting live workloads. Certainly file-based, that can be managed with advanced notice, and over time, files can be, pristinely encoded. But when it comes to live, it really does require this need for immediacy, this need for ample compute to support growing platforms. And on the Xilinx side, we work very closely for close to a decade now with Twitch. And I think that they've done a really nice job articulating, this actually is taken from a technical blog post they did some years ago, but this notion of needing to bifurcate your network. And with that, there are implications around the types of silicon that you use to support these sorts of network problems. So Pareto's principle applies here. I mean, essentially, you've got a small number, let's say in the case of Twitch. And by the way, as of right now, per the Twitch tracker, which I've listed down here, there's a total of 97,000 live broadcasts going on as we speak on that platform. That's tremendous. It's a tremendous amount of power consumption. And this is a very big problem that Twitch has been looking at solving for close to a decade now. They're, in their words, looking to find ways to reduce the amount of coal that they use to solve the problem. They're just throwing coal at the problem traditionally. And so with that, you've got on the left side of this Pareto graph, a few streamers that command just a tremendous amount of the viewership, right? Probably 20% of the streamers are demanding about 80% of the viewers or getting 80% of the eyeballs. And here it's really all about, pristinely encoding or transcoding, supporting ABR use cases to really pristinely encode that content, so that the ninjas of the world are getting, the best possible video quality, but really managing the OpEx, right? Because at the end of the day, it's the egress costs that Twitch is paying to Amazon, albeit internally, where they have probably their largest spend. But beyond that, you've got this democratized platform that's got to support a multitude of streamers. And in some cases in this long tail, you may have just a few streamers watching a particular broadcast. And so managing this is really important. And I would say that on the front end of this, it's really where EPYC CPUs and their dense core count really do help kind of solve the problem on the front end of this bifurcated network scenario. And then it's on the long tail where hardware-based encoding and transcoding solutions are really best suited. So we see kind of, again, a bifurcated way in which we solve live streaming platforms like Twitch. So why AMD EPYC? So certainly, compared to any other x86 platform out there, we have the most cores, 64 cores today. We've got next generation products that will be coming out later this year, toward the end of the year, that will support an even denser number of cores, approaching 96 cores, or will be 96 cores. And the encoding workload scales very well with more cores within a CPU. Also, as it comes to licensing codecs from third parties, most of their business models, I'm not proposing that this is something that can't be addressed in the future, but for the most part, they're licensing their solutions at the node basis. So if you've got more cores per CPU, your TCO as an operator actually does improve. We've got faster PCI bandwidth in these EPYC CPUs and faster memory access. So in the interest of time, like I said, I've provided these slides to you, Dom, which we can share with the participants today, and also happy to follow up with any questions offline.
That's perfect. Thank you, Aaron. Yes, anyone who needs them, just let me know.
Yeah, I already had sent them to you. So, so how does EPYC fare? So let's take a look at openbenchmarking.org. And I actually just refreshed this as of last evening. So looking at X264 at 4K, and again, 70–80% of the live streams today are likely going to be encoded in AVC. We're seeing transition, of course, to HEVC and, of course, AV1. I'll talk a bit about some of our partnerships in the area of AV1 and some exciting benchmarks what we're seeing there. But predominantly within these live platforms, we are seeing X264 or AVC, I should say, H.264 largely being used. And the top 5 CPUs on the open benchmark here, which is looking at a 4K real-time benchmark using the Bosphorus 4K sequence, the top 5 CPUs are indeed EPYC. And EPYC, for the most part, is a predominant component that is used or fares well on this particular benchmark. So again, on that left side of that chart, that's one area where we see EPYC very well positioned in supporting a few streams with very high viewership. Additionally, we've worked very closely with Visionular. Visionular has an AV1 implementation. Zoe Liu is one of the founders of the AOM, comes from Google, and their Aurora 1 implementation on EPYC and Intel Xeon processors is represented here, public information here. As it relates to the AMD EPYC implementation of the Aurora 1 codec, it is 96% faster on EPYC relative to other solutions in the market, and 7.2 times faster than SVT AV1, and can support up to 4 concurrent 4K P60 live streams on a single EPYC CPU. So that gives you just a massive amount of throughput for live workloads where you really want to manage your operating expenses by preserving video quality, but lowering bit rates to as low as you possibly can to minimize on those egress costs, which really are probably one of the most substantial costs these operators are having to pay. In addition to that, on the tail end of that distribution, as I was showing you, Xilinx has taken, again, this approach where it has looked to, I should say now AECG, or the Advanced Embedded Compute Group, formerly Xilinx, has built a series of purpose-built accelerators to support high-density hardware-based transcoding. So the Alveo U30, which is featured here, can support up to 2 channels of 4K P60. That can be further subdivided down to a larger number of channels at lower resolutions, all the way up to 48 channels of 540 P30 video and below. It has built-in support for H.264 and HEVC. This is a distribution-based encoder or transcoder, so 420, with support for both 8-bit and 10-bit. This will not give you the same level of VQ that you might get in software, and so this would be approximately close to the equivalent of X264 or X265 faster. There is HDR10 plus support, and this is a very low powered solution. So with that massive throughput of 2 channels of 4K P60, it's operating at 25 watts at its maximum. So that's about 3 1/8 watt per 1080p 60 channel. So really here, this is one way that you can really minimize the capital expenditures on building out this long tail within a live network. And so this has been our approach and how we position our portfolio of solutions into the market. Comes with a complete SDK with support for FFmpeg and GStreamer, and Amazon actually stood these up to support Twitch, but also make these instances publicly available to anybody who wants to use them. Companies like TheoPlayer have built their Theo Live product on top of the AWS EC2 VT1 instances, and those list price are 65 cents an hour. So now we're starting to get into some of the variables that help us now understand where we can support the industry in terms of cost, area, and power per channel. And I'll show you that, I think, in the next slide. I'll leave just kind of a teaser around next generation product that we've yet to officially announce, but our next generation hardware-based transcoder will support AV1. It'll also have AI engines that will help use what we're calling smart streaming use cases, where basically in the case of Twitch type content, things like better detection of region of interest, where there might be a talking head versus synthetic content. We can help the encoder make some better decisions around it, how it encodes that content so that it's even more efficient. Things like text detection, face detection will be available on that platform out of the chute. And our key ISV partners will be able to enter into developer program and further leverage those AI engines to improve their video quality. It's, again, not intended to do like traditional inferencing use cases, but instead used to make the encoder more efficient with these AI engines. And this is my last slide. So again, just overlaying where we see Epic well positioned, looking at AV1 and what Visionular has been able to demonstrate. Again, 4 channels of 4K P60 live on a single Epic 777-3 processor, are operating at about 17.5 watts at 1080p 60 per channel. And then in the case of the Alveo U30, about 3 1/8 1080p 60 per channel. We're obviously going to continue to drive these numbers down on the CPU side by driving an even greater density of cores. And then, of course, on the ASIC side, with the successor to the Alveo U30 product, driving a greater density of throughput and lower cost approach, or rather lower power approaches. In other words, pure ASIC-based solutions coming forward. So I think with that concludes my my talk. Hopefully I didn't go too over.
No, don't worry. We are just slightly drifted. I'm proud of the fact that we're just about 5 minutes behind over the whole day. So, Aaron,
Awesome.
Thank you very much for keeping us on time. Guy, I'm going to hand straight to you though, because we're going to keep it on time. We've got somebody dialing in for the next one, so a little bit more complicated for them. So, Guy, over to you.
Sure, thank you. Let me know when you can see this, please.
Yep, we've got you. Yep, perfect.
Okay, so if we have a new listener that were not here before, I'm Guy Ray. I'm from Intel, and I would like to talk about the innovation in silicon. The first thing to understand when Intel talk about innovation in silicon, it actually means 2 things. Innovation in the manufacturing of the silicon in terms of being a low carbon footprint, and the product themselves. I think one of the speaker here before me said that having a power efficient or carbon efficient data center, it's good, but it's not enough. It's really how much the process of building server is carbon efficient, and we 100% agree. Actually, Intel for decades are working on improving its sustainability KPIs. The reason we are doing that is because of our commitments to the local communities where we are having our factories, which are actually at the end are towns around the globe where we are located, and they're all energy efficient and water efficient, and overall recycling efficiency is something that we are improving in our own operation for decades. I'm going to give you interesting data points, but just as a reference of last year, Intel was selected as #1 sustainable US company for progressing towards 100% renewable energy. I think one of the speaker before talk about that reducing carbon footprint is different task from reducing the energy consumption, and this is exactly what we are doing in our facilities, working to achieve 100% of renewable energy. We are today at 82%. Okay, it's huge. And we are still have a lot of work to do to get ourselves to our target of 100%. But already 82% of the energy that is used to manufacture Intel products is from renewable sources. The second interesting data point to understand is water. Probably, I don't know how familiar this is, but there is a lot of usage in water, in printing the silicon, if you wish. We've been able to achieve already a total waste of only 5%, meaning 95% of the water that we are using in our facilities are actually being recycled by us and are being used over again. We were saved 77.1 billion of gallons of water by improving ourselves. So I say, for us, being efficient in silicon is first about how we manufacture. Secondly, it's about how we work with our ecosystem. Intel work a lot with suppliers for all the factories that we have. All the standards that we are taking ourselves are also applicable for our suppliers. And eventually, it all also translates down to the product that we are doing. And this is what I'm going to focus on my next slide. Actually, we have 3 levels of power optimizations for our data center product. One is a real-time telemetry AI-based for an entire data center or facility. Give you visibility, give the operator of the data center the visibility and the operability to understand where across the data center power is used. It's a first mean of being able to reduce it later. Secondly, on a platform level, like discussed with our partners from Varnish before, we are taking a specific workload of software, and we fine-tune specifically it to be able to get to do much more with much less. And the more generically is the innovation that we're bringing into the die silicon of the servers, which eventually can be used by the software running on the server, and I'm going to talk a little more about this one here. So first, Intel is having a solution along the video pipeline, production and distribution, of course, and across the many visual workloads like gaming and video, VOD and live and virtual desktop and others. Everything that we are doing in terms of being carbon footprint efficient is applicable for all of the different segments that I mentioned. I'm going to illustrate here the techniques with an example from CDN, but it's of course also applicable for other. What we see here is a CDN load in terms of the traffic, okay? Across several days or week, if you wish. I think we all know there are peak hours and there are off-peak hours. Total carbon footprint reduction is actually an integral over this graph of how efficient is the server in each of those different states, and it takes completely different techniques from being efficient here and to being efficient here, and to being efficient somewhere in the middle. Let's talk about the two ends, power optimization on idle, right? Servers spend a lot of time on idle mode. A big question is how much power they consume when they are do nothing. And it turned out that if you've been able to reduce the idle mode, the power consumption of the server in idle mode, you contribute a lot. There are enhanced x86 instructions putting in the latest core of our Xeon products, Some are already available, and at each generation we are adding more and more that are actually meant to reduce the power consumption of the processor when it's in idle. And as we can see, it's a lot of the time it is in idle. The way that it works, it put a core in a power optimized state, okay, and resume execution only on a specific event. An event could be a timer or could be change on the memory. Why is that matter? Because if you know how software is built, it keep looking for a packet which come from the network, so it immediately start to do processing, provide the low latency and so on and so on. When packet come from the network, it actually being copied to the memory, and this is a change in the memory that actually awakes the relevant core up, and then we can really resume the execution without keeping the low latency norms as it was completely active before. Only that the power consumption by the system is very, very low. The other end is power optimization on load. In the latest generation of the Xeon processor, we are adding what we call application level accelerators into the processor. What does it mean? If you profile a specific workload like CDN, and this is why I mentioned we have a very significant CDN lab at Intel, you can see that there are a software loop operation, okay? An operations that application keep doing, and it's doing almost the same thing in every iteration. This is an example of a workload that you can take entirely from the software and put it in a silicon engine on the core, okay? So as a result, even when there is a power, when there is a peak of a load, a lot of what used to be software running a specific task is now silicon. And when it does, it's very efficient in power, only also when we are at the peak of the load. I think some of the, so there's a bunch of such accelerators in the Xeon processors, and more are coming. Some of the famous one are copying of memory. Copy chunk of buffers across the memory is very common across all the workloads, CDN included. Those are being done actually with a DMA today, for those who know what it is, but there is a loop that is keep running a DMA operation. Today, we are coming with a very efficient operation that can actually copy a complex structure of memory without the need for the software to copy each and every chunk. That's a big reduction of the workload that is being consumed today by cycles. Other one called dynamic load balancing. All of that is publicly documented. Everyone can learn of that. Dynamic load balancing, when a packet is coming or traffic is coming, you need to decide which cores it goes to, and then it got to do is a lot of manipulation of queues. Though this is done today with software, there are dedicated software threads that keep managing queues for the other cores within the processor. With Intel Xeon, we have those load balancer implemented in silicon, and that's a completely software thread that is being eliminated from the entire system, and as a result, the load, the power optimization on load is also becoming lower. Despite that, there is a runtime power management tools that enable the application to select between the two, what time to get into which mode, which cores should go in idle, which should go awake, and so on. And this accumulated effect is what eventually provide the massive improvement in the carbon footprint. Yep, I think I'll stop here.
Absolutely fantastic, Guy. Thank you so much, and Aaron, both in very deep sessions. And it is a shame we don't have time for Q&A today, because I think there are many avenues to go and explore from both of you. I can't thank you enough.
I look forward to see everyone in Amsterdam in a couple of days.
Exactly, I was going to say. So if you've got questions, then do relay them to me, or get them straight to Aaron and Guy, or come and find us on the beach if you're going to be at IBC, or get messages maybe to Tim as well, and we can put them to Guy and so on and get those back. And I think Alex might already be on the beach, judging by some of the key questions in the Q&A. So Aaron, Guy, if you fancy wading in with Alex, then do feel free online. Right, Tim, I'm going to hand to you for 2 seconds just to introduce the next panel, and hopefully we're going to find JT. So we're having a little bit of a problem beaming JT in from wherever he is. Let me have a chat with Mark, introduce the session, and I'll try and do the production stuff.
Hey, Mark, you out there?
Hey, Tim.
You're clearly, with your background, you're not yet to Amsterdam, because I see mountains as opposed to flat spaces. So CDN Alliance, while Dom's trying to find our other panelists, just let's bring people up to speed real quick on CDN Alliance, kind of how long you've been around and what the focus is, and then we'll come back to the questions for the three of you.
Yeah, sure. So CDN Alliance is an industry association bringing the CDN industry together. So we connect the industry as well as the community in the CDN space, which previously has never been done. We support the industry and the community by giving insights, supporting them with challenges that are in the industry to solve them. The third part of what we do is really representing, so being the face and the voice of the industry. Before this, there was no entity you could talk to if you wanted to talk to the CDN industry. And that's basically what we're trying to do here. We're about a year old, roughly, so still starting phase, but we're slowly getting there in the industry.
So out of curiosity, I mean, I know we had CDN Federation and a number of other things in the past that weren't really necessarily the alliance model. Why do you think nobody's really sort of gone this direction for a working group for CDNs before this? Was there too competition?
I mean, CDNs are around for what, 20 years roughly, since the start of basically Akamai, and the evolvement of the industry has been really siloed. So everybody has built their own CDN, it's still built based on open standards, otherwise it wouldn't work. But still very siloed. So everybody's doing their own part, and their magic sauce, etc. But there was never really a collaboration between them. So far, it hasn't really been needed. But if you look at now the challenges that we have as an industry, whether it's example here, sustainability, that's a common challenge, and goes beyond the full industry. And there are more of those: availability, performance, scalability, security. There are so many topics that are relevant for the industry as a whole, and not necessarily only for a specific CDN out there, or specifically a CDN vendor that is out there doing the same thing. And that's what we're really trying to make sure that those are coming together and solve those challenges out there. Because only these challenges, we can only solve them as an industry. We can't solve them alone.
Fair point.
Okay, so I think we might have JT. Can we just, it was appropriate enough for the Streaming Video Technology Alliance. JT's come in by audio. JT, can you just say a few words, and can we see if we can get you live on the stream? Excitement mounts. It says talking permitted. He has unmuted. Yes, can you hear me? He's there. We can indeed hear you. How you doing?
It's because
I'm doing well. Hello from Riga, Latvia.
Oh, nice. It's because he added the word technology to his organization. That's why he's having trouble. So,
I'm doing my best. Sorry, we're not responsible for video conferencing. That would be Zoom.
All right, so Dom, I'm going to ask a question, and then I'm going to have to step off here myself. But I was asking Mark about CDN Alliance. You'll go ahead and bring JT, in to talk about SBTA. But let me put the question to you, Dom. All the organizations here have best practices. All the organizations here have collaborated together on an individual level between, the executive directors and founders and like that. Every one of them also has sustainability challenges that their members have. Why are we having a conversation between the three of us today as opposed to each organization talking about its sustainability?
The word that jumps to mind is the word deduplication, or it's a contraction of words. I think, sustainability is by nature about efficiency. A lot of engineering is about efficiency, actually, more broadly. And so as we started to sort of take our first steps as greening and streaming, we reached out to both Mark, who I was quietly aware was at a similar stage with the formation of CDN Alliance, and also to the much more established SVA, now SBTA, to get some sort of guidance really and mentorship. And given that there were discussions going on in each of those groups about sustainability, they were equally sort of pleased that we were stepping forward to go and grab that particular bull by the horns. So in the effort to sort of avoid having to join three different groups to talk about the same thing, we thought we'd actually sort of just make sure we had the right pieces of paper on each other's desks, and try to pull to our own strengths. We're not aspiring to be a standards body. We're not aspiring to be a technical standards sort of proposition. I'm not sure it's fair. JT, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure it's fair to call SBTA strictly a standards body, but you certainly have done some great work with things like open caching, and you have protocols in design and so on and so forth. And if we can contribute sustainability thinking and cachet to that effort, that seems much better than trying to develop a sustainability based protocol or something that would just be upside down. So that, I think, I hope that sort of doesn't muddle everyone, but that, I think, goes some way to answering the question. JT.
no, I agree with you. Right. Yeah. So we're not an SDO, a traditional SDO, right? We focus on best practices and specs and guidelines and functional requirements. Simply because streaming technology is moving too fast. Standards take years to ratify. By the time they're ratified, the technology's already moved past it. So we chose to remain flexible, and in doing so, questions like sustainability come up, right? They can be inserted into the conversation. And Dom, you wrote a great article for Streaming Media Magazine in 2019 about the sustainability in streaming video. And that, at that point, was the genesis of an idea for me to actually launch a part of the then SVA to address sustainability. And that would have been one of our infamous microsites. We, we had too much stuff going on. And then along came bringing of streaming, and it was like, thankfully, somebody's just going to do this collectively so that we can all help participate rather than, like what you said, doing it individually. So I think what you said is exactly right. We need to all be doing this together, and we are trying to start to insert the conversation about sustainability into all of the work we're doing, all of those best practices, docs, specs, even code across our working groups, so that it becomes a part of the design of solutions rather than an afterthought.
Perfect. So JT, you're flying blind here. Tim's had to step out because he's full of head cold and so on. He's just at the doctor's at the moment, so he's dropped out the benefits of streaming. Everyone's completely virtual and so on. But let's just talk a little bit more about how we as organisations can best collaborate. I think there are dovetails and overlaps between GOS, between CDNA and SVTA. We have kind of created as much liaison. In fact, JT, I'm really delighted. I've mentioned this to all the working groups and to the members. I'm delighted to say that you asked us to update your glossary with some more sustainability stuff. Barbara, formerly SMPTE, formerly SMPTE's done a great job with picking up some key words are in and around the sort of sustainability topics and so on. But we went into a great catharsis in working group 1, which is our discussion group that's focused on terminology and measures in and around our industry relating to sustainability. We went into a deep discussion about what's. That conversation's gone on for the best part of 6 or 8 months. We finally produced a document which I said to all the members, right, if nobody else has got any more edits, and I'm going to tell JT we're ready to give it to him at the summit. So formally, I'm going to let you know that I'm going to send you a document after this, which is a 2-3 pager talking in some depth about what's in relation to streaming. And I think hopefully that's a good example of how we can start to interoperate and so on. So look forward to that document. In the meanwhile, I'm actually going to ask Mark. Mark, you wear 2 hats because you're multiple hats actually. In fact, you wear nearly more hats than I do. You of course are a member of Greening and Streaming, and you run the CDN Alliance. And talk to us a little bit about those dual roles and that thinking. You've got your mute on. Mute.
Sorry. Yeah, I mean, we know each other for, I don't know, 2 decades now or something.
Yep, absolutely.
Very long time. So when you started the Greening and Streaming baby steps, let's put it that way, I was immediately like triggered on this. Not necessarily from a CLANS point of view, but from an Excel point of view. Because what I do primarily as work within Excel is connecting a lot of people. So collaboration on a topic that's also dear to me, for me was like a 1 + 1. So when you said, okay, I'm gonna go for it, I'm gonna set Greening and Streaming up, I really wanted to jump in directly and support you guys and what you've been doing. So that's the Excel point of view. That's really more a personal view on this. And then from a CDN Alliance perspective, that of course is a little bit different because we represent an industry as such. But there are, you mentioned overlaps. I love to call them touch points rather than overlaps. There are touch points that we see where we don't have to do the work that you're doing. Right? Duplication is not an interest of anyone. So we don't have to do the stuff that you're doing. However, there are learnings that we can have as a CDN Alliance from this that we can adapt to what we're doing, right? CDNs are more than just streaming. Streaming is part of CDNs, it's media delivery, but there's a lot more that CDNs do. Whether it's bit delivery, game downloads, etc., but also dynamic delivery, edge, security. There are all kinds of other stuff that is also relevant, where we can duplicate stuff that and learn from it that we can use deeper down into the CDN Alliance stuff. Now, another in-depth here is we also look a lot more on network stuff. So if you look at CDN Alliance, we're not just about the application layer, we're also looking at anything on the network side. And there are some efficiencies there that we think we can do as well, which are not really touched on what Greening and Streaming does, but where we can focus on. So that's where the collaboration that we see happening between Greening and Streaming and what the CDN Alliance does on the 2 axes.
Perfect. And a similar question, JT, for you. You know, really, we should be going around the table, sort of having a bit of a love in here, really saying, you know, what can we do more for each other? Looking forward over the next year. You know, something's caught my ear that Chris from Disney was talking about, and I think I've mentioned to you before. He'd mentioned this draft capacity acquisition protocol or something that the SBTI started out, and it kind of lost a bit of momentum. Chris and I had a conversation at Streaming Media East about maybe reinvigorating that with power as a KPI being fed into that, because obviously that's now a big, it's not just a latency sensitive thing. It's not just an availability of resource. It's a waste of energy question. And if we can maybe explore that sort of thing together, I'd really be interested to open that door and so on. What's going on the SBTA that we could get involved with and help you with?
Yeah, no, I mean, so let's start out answering that question is how can we help each other, right? So there's 2 ways. One is to share information, and that's what our liaison agreements are really for. And that allows us to allow other organizations to send somebody into our working groups, right? They can come and participate, they can come and audit, they can come and join the conversation. So that right there establishes a connection where information is shared. So we're no longer
duplicating efforts. The second part is really about collaboration. And that's like, for example, the glossary. So the SBTA wanted to develop an industry glossary for streaming video terminology. And that, our goal is to make that a ubiquitous and authoritative source of terminology for streaming video. All of our documents going forward take from that glossary. So all of our documents have a page in there dedicated to terms that are specific to that spec, best practice guideline. As we start to have conversations about sustainability, by the greening of streaming providing information, and CDN Alliance even providing terminology into that glossary, and mind you, we give credit, right, to the organizations or owners of those terms. By providing that information, we then incorporate that and fold that into our documents going forward, so they become a part of the solution that the SBTA is pushing into the market. So that could be open caching, that could be capacity management, that could be configuration interface APIs, could be anything. So yes, we want to look at things like power, as a KPI or other sustainability KPIs. We want to make sure we're looking at how is the CDN Alliance defining the use of CDN for streaming video. So those are really the two ways that I think we can work together. And what we probably need to do is the three of us sit down and look at projects across each of our organizations and figure out where they connect, and then start working to bridge those information sharing and collaboration so that we're actually doing something together going forward.
Yes, awesome. I totally agree. I think that might be an IBC conversation. If not, then let's do that straight after as a virtual thing. But I think if there was one area that I think we probably could use as an anchor for that conversation, my gut feeling is it's around service level agreements, and I think service level agreements are probably a little bit less technical than one might expect, but are absolutely paramount. It was alluded to by some of the questions earlier, where Tim was raising the issue. We've got an industry, a traditional broadcast industry, that needed everything nailed down, big iron, had to be always on, ultra reliable. We've now moved into a highly dynamic virtualized environment, whether that's CDN, whether that's streaming, or whether that's looking at the energy requirements of having systems that are powered down quickly. These are, in my mind, all things that are about virtualization and about more efficient orchestration. So, Mark, JT, any thoughts on that? I think SLA would be a good pretext for some of these conversations.
Yeah, no, this is JT. So I actually think you're right. One of the things that we're seeing as we're starting to explore, for example, in our tech briefs, is like microservices architectures. So it's the idea of streaming architectures moving to a really containerized approach, and that approach demands a focus on sustainability, right? On power consumption, on other KPIs that are critical for making sure that kind of solution is sustainable. So I absolutely agree. We need to have these conversations now, so that we, so that we're not making them after the fact, right? I was on a webinar with Barbara talking about this. It's like security. Security used to be an afterthought. I made an app. How do I make it secure? No. I'm building an app. How do I make sure it's secure all the way through building it? So we need to do that now. So I want to sit with you and Mark at IBC or right after and figure out how we start that conversation about a server to server, or about what that first step is to make sure that we get this moving in the right direction.
Mark, any thoughts?
Yeah, I see the same on the CDN side, right? I mean, look at CDNs in general, we're moving much more to the edge. Now, of course, that comes with a more distributed workload and distribution load, but it also means that it might be less efficient from a carbon footprint perspective. So we really need to take a look at this. What's the effect of that? It's nice that we have the edge, but what's the effect that we have in this? That's not being researched as such, but certainly that is something we should dive a little deeper in as part of this.
Brilliant. There's one other thing I'd like to put to you guys, because I like adventuring sort of slightly risque subjects and so on, and we can, especially with you two, and maybe this is one for IBC as well. I'd like to raise the spectre of good enough, and this touches both SBTA and CDN Alliance. I would wonder if we might venture putting out to our respective organizations the idea that something like a 2K stream as a default baseline is the stream that should be pre-cached. And if you want to go for a gold service stream, that we start getting our organizations to set an expectation. If you want an 8K, 16K, 3000 frame a second, ultra UHD stream, you might have to wait 4 or 5 seconds because it won't be sat in the cache, specifically to reduce caching pressure. And I think again, it's kind of like SLA, but with the consumer. But if we can, but especially, and I put that to you both because open caching, SBTA, CDN Alliance caching, I think that's an area which might merit some, like to the extent that it might merit a working group within greening and streaming. So I'll put that out here now. Shoot me down in flames because I'm used to it. But any thoughts, guys?
Yeah, I have a thought here. I mean, it was one of the presentations earlier, like where broadcasters need to do more linear channels because there's just much more. That also means less cache efficiency in general, right? So that has an impact on how we distribute content. I mean, CDNs in general are just the ones that deliver, right? And they want to deliver as efficient as high quality as possible towards end users. That's their ultimate goal. CDNs cannot educate as such. The CDN industry cannot really educate them, their customers, eventually their customers, on how to do this. So this is something that needs to change on the consumer side, or maybe the actual content provider side, to really change that behavior and say, hey, we're only going to offer the high 16K stream if you wait 3 seconds. CDNs can offer this, I mean, in terms of technology-wise, but they're not in the education mode to make sure that they can have this. So it's very difficult for a CDN because it's just a service delivery mechanism to really change this.
Interesting. JT, any last thoughts?
Yeah, so to add to that really quickly, right? So we have our configuration interfaces. Those 3 documents define how a content operator or streaming platform would configure delivery architectures, open caching, regular CDNs, et cetera. I feel that kind of what we'll call business logic is the technical challenge to that is, how do I incorporate that into my configurations? That would be done as a best practice, right? So that's something that we could tackle as an implementation guide on top of our configuration interface APIs. The problem is, right, is we at the SBTA don't steer into business requirements or business issues. So we could see this as a business issue, right? You put that, 2K, you pre-cache it in order to reduce down pressure on the caches for, larger UHD content. And that has business ramifications, and it might have SLA ramifications for a consumer, which are subscription models and all of that stuff. But I do see this as a recommendation we could make for streaming operators using our configuration interfaces in order to, let's call it, do the right thing when it comes to positioning content and delivering content to end users. I've been a big proponent of streaming operators being smart about mobile delivery. You don't deliver 4K to phones because you cannot see the difference between 4K and really 720p on a small screen. So why deliver all the extra bits? So and anyway, I mean, that's where I think we could work together, is figuring out how to do some best practices on top of that configuration interface to help people figure out how to use it better.
And
fantastic, Mark.
Yeah, one small thing on this. So CDNs always look for efficiency, right? So the CDNs can work on efficiency. What, for instance, what Borpik is doing with Tim and with the Zone is an efficiency form. So this is still content delivery. So this is still CDN delivery. However, more efficient than what is done traditionally. Let's put it that way. So those are certainly things as an industry we look at, how we can do this more efficient. But again, educating the consumer, that I think is a step too far away for the CDN industry to really be able to do that, because eventually we're just a service organization.
Interesting. Cool. Well, look, I look forward to, I'm glad to have started a bit of a conversation there, and I look forward to continuing that over the weekend. JT, thanks for dialing in. I know it's been a bit of a mission for you to get connected today, but well done. And safe travels inland. Why was I going to say inland? Safe travels to IBC. Mark, thanks again. And I'm going to cut away now to to the next session. Right, so what's up next? Let's have a quick look. We've got, it's difficult when you're on air at the same time as talking at the same time as trying to produce the event. We've got Sam from VNova. Right, so we finally got some compression members. So compression's obviously a key place where CPU is being used, and well, GPU, FPGA, whatever it may be, but compute cycles are and energy is being used in compressing video. So it's with pleasure that we've had VNova and MQA join us, both compression experts. Sam, can you take the microphone off me because I'm wittering and you need to take over?
I can certainly try, Dom. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. I can't see you, so I'm going to cut to a slide so you don't have to look at me gawping.
Yes, I'm actually in a very salubrious service station near Ghent on the way to IBC, because we've had a very delayed journey. But hopefully my mobile signal is okay for audio only, at least.
Absolutely fine.
And yes, so I will. Let me share my screen. I have a few slides just to run through. So, yes, so
yep,
I'm
cool.
So I'm Sam Alton J, with VNova, VP of Product at VNova. This deck was sort of called compression strategies, but I think it's much more really just a sort of thought provoker. And what we've tried to do is take a little bit of a holistic view of compression across the workflow, and sort of hopefully this can be a start point for the sort of discussions we need to have. So the quick agenda is sort of looking at what. Some of this will be obvious to some of you for sure, but what informs the sort of choices services make about what compression technologies they're using? What is the impact, sort of upcoming impact of new use cases and the different compression technology options we have? How does compression affect energy consumption across the whole workflow? I think it's relatively obvious that it does impact everywhere. And getting onto that discussion, what do we really need to be thinking about? So, what drives the industry's choices in compression? I think watching on some of it in some of the last session I caught a bit of, thankfully. But yeah, first of all, obviously, it's about providing us with higher resolution, higher quality experiences with HDR and so on. Driving up the quality of experience generally, which has often been a way to sort of ensure you're not reducing, subscribers. Adding delivery to new devices quite often, I think in the past, as new devices have come onto, or services want to add devices, smart TVs, for example, you've got HEVC support, so it's been a prompt for some services to launch new codecs at that point in time. Obviously, big issues around cost sentencing terms and IP for different codecs, and also occasionally about, I think, reducing delivery costs. Get the data down, reduce your CDN expense, and so on. Obviously, hasn't really been much about to date. Has been looking at energy efficiency. So better compression with the different generations that many of us have sort of gone through with compression, it always comes at a cost. We get the lower bit rates, higher qualities, and that's often a sort of maybe.
Oh, we've lost Sam. Okay, so I can tap dance. Let's just see if he comes back in a second or two. Or we can step over to Andy. Andy, would you be happy to step in right now and see if Sam comes back up?
Yeah, he seems to be here now. But
is he back again? Okay, if he's back. Sam, are you back?
I am. I apologize.
No, that's all right. that's what streaming's all about. We're a very forgiving audience, fortunately, because we work with streaming. So,
yes. Yeah. Could you hear me okay until I dropped?
Yeah, absolutely. But you take over whenever you're ready and share. But we lost your screen share, so you'll have to kick that off again.
Yeah, let me run that again. Sorry, bear with me. Okay. Hopefully you're still hearing me okay.
Lots of packet losses. The slides are loading, but I'm sure once they've loaded, it'll be smooth as chips. There we go. Here we go.
Just coming to the key point, of course, that without any backwards compatibility between these standards, what very often we end up with. Yes, to the point that without the backwards compatibility, we do have the issue of ending up setting up multiple parallel workflows of delivery with different codecs, which of course is often, you know, a massive duplication of processing and energy consumption. So this chart is another way of looking at a similar thing. So on here we have basically compression efficiency, quality of the different main codec on the vertex, and processing requirements. This is from a study done with Facebook and Intel last year. And obviously where you're trying to on this chart is towards the bottom left, slightly unusually. But this is really just making the point that, you know, as we forward, obviously the compute cost of these codecs needs to be on an equal footing with the compression efficiency. And as a sort of quick note on here, you can see the MPEG 5 LC enhancement standard that we've been.
Such a shame. Just as it was getting smooth and clear, then the internet has abandoned us. I think, Andy, let's bring you in. What I think we'll do, rather than frustrate Sam, is we will make sure that we get Sam to re-record his presentation, and we'll, as we chop up all these different presentations through the day, we'll circulate that in amongst them, so you'll be able to fully catch up with Sam's presentation. But I think for now, I'm going to ask Andy from MQA to step forward. Andy, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you, and thanks for inviting me along. For any of you who don't know me, my name's Andy Dowell, and I'm Director of Licensing at MQA in the UK. I wanted to talk today specifically about sound and how sound impacts sustainability, because sound and audio often aren't talked about quite as much as video, but it was nice of the internet to let me have my say over the video guy for once, because the video guys tend to always get their word in. But where sound and video are concerned, they do share similarities. And one thing can be said is that, in fact, the topic of sustainability alone will not quash the appetite of consumers or services or creators for delivering great looking and sounding experiences and for striving for more innovation. No one's going to turn around and say, well, actually, I'll suffer lower video quality or lower audio quality if it means I get to be more sustainable and have a lesser impact on the environment. If that were true, teams like the team behind Blue Planet would be sending us video in standard definition with mono or stereo audio, but they're not. They're doing 4K, HDR, surround sound audio tracks. So even they, bastions of what it means to be sustainable and to protect our planet, are making and creating compelling content that draws us in. And to do that, they're using better quality video and better quality audio. And so the topic of high resolution sound has to date been really primarily centered around the distribution of music. That's because it was a great fit there. The discerning consumers in that market of audiophiles and music fans are constantly demanding better quality sound and are very aware of what the best sounding version of a particular track is. But that said, high resolution audio combined with video and broadcast and streaming is on its way. In Japan, for the last couple of years now, WOW, the biggest pay TV broadcaster over there, has been doing tests and trial broadcasts and streams of using ultra high dynamic range video, and high resolution video with high resolution audio. So the topic of sound and how sustainable it is and whether it's doing enough is important today, and will only get more important as we move forward. So I wanted to kind of present you with a few key stats that will show you what the issue is. When we look at this first stat of 80%, in a 192 kilohertz 24-bit high-res audio recording in a music studio, actually 80% of that file is just void of information. It's just empty data with no information in it whatsoever. It's just the nature of how sound's captured and stored as WAV or PCM. But that means that it's all well and good, because if it's just staying in the studio and it's only being used at mixing desks and to be stored in the studio, it's not a problem. It's not causing any bad environmental impact. But when you start to think about sending that stream to consumers, even when you apply like the WinZips of audio like FLAC or Apple Lossless, there's still 60% wasted data in those files as are being sent today by some of the music streaming services around the world. So 60% of the information they're sending to you contains no information whatsoever about the music you want to listen to. But innovation can actually get those figures right down so that we're sending files that are actually focusing completely on the information and the musical and audio information that we want to get across, even at studio master qualities levels. When we start to then look at the bigger picture of what that means, and you compare 60% of wasted data compared with no wasted data, and you blow it up into the big figures, then a music streaming service with 60 million tracks and 70 million users, each streaming, let's say, for 37 minutes a day, you can start to build complex models to work out what impact that is actually having. I say it's a complex model because that catalog is not all the same. 95% of it is maybe CD quality and not in high res. And then the other 5% is in high res. But then you've got to look at how much of it is getting used, how much is getting streamed. More recent releases are getting made in high resolution, and they're the tracks from Ed Sheeran and others that are getting streamed more than others. So you've got to weight and balance up all these usage figures in your models. But when you do the maths, you end up with wastage of around 1,200 petabytes a year of unnecessary data, which looks a bit like 600 million kilograms of unnecessary CO2, which equates to then 1,300 million miles of passenger vehicles in a year and 7 million trees. So those figures alone, from a sustainability standpoint, are staggering and show that, in fact, there is a lot can be done by the music streaming industry to actually improve things and clean up its act. And if sustainability alone wasn't a good incentive to do it, then that would equate to $70 million a year at least in operational savings by saving that data. So data usage and waste of data, because of the nature of audio files and how they look in the studio, is one of the key issues and topics, I think, from a sustainability standpoint. The other, of course, which is not news to this audience, is that we are no longer efficiently sending one stream or one broadcast, whether it's radio or TV, to millions of people. We're sending one stream to one listener so that they can stop and pause whenever they want or skip tracks. And the reason I bring this up, even though it's obvious and well known to this audience, is that, in fact, where music is concerned, most users would probably think that they're actually being better for the planet by streaming and not buying CDs, because CDs are obviously made from plastic and shipped in plastic, and it's diesel trucks that are used to drive them all around the world. So in fact, most consumers would believe that instead of having racks and racks of hundreds of CDs, they're being better for the environment by streaming their music. But in fact, the environmental cost of today's streaming-centered music business is twice as high as it was during the CD era. And that comes down to the fact that if you're streaming a track just once or twice, then yes, streaming is a more sustainable alternative to buying a CD. But actually, if there's a track you particularly like and you listen to on repeat a number of times, then in fact, buying a CD or particularly downloading a digital copy and storing it locally would have been the more sustainable option. And so this then starts to give rise to potential other opportunities for the music industry on the topic of sustainability that maybe aren't being tapped into today. And finally, again, a topic that's not news to this audience, but the fact that these files aren't just stored once, they're stored multiple times around the world as far as catalogs for backup purposes and to make sure the content is closer to the music fans. And so we end up with 60 to 100 million tracks, catalogs thereof, stored multiple times in multiple locations around the world, but of course, multiple times by every music streaming service. And so that's not just the Apples and Amazons and Tidals and Deezers and Napsters, but also the QQ Musics, NetEasers over in Asia as well, and Tencent. So there's a big challenge there just from the wastage of data storing in actually storing the same information over and over again. So to wrap this up, I think on the music and audio side of things in general, because it, as I say, it won't just be a music related problem moving forward, but there's an opportunity to ensure now that there is innovation and there are new technologies out there to ensure that excessive data is not being stored or streamed unnecessarily. Those figures for the difference between sending 60% of useless information to actually none rack up to some impressive figures on the CO2 saving side of things. On the second topic, though, of the fact that the CD era was actually more sustainable, there's potential for some interesting features that, if you think about it, aren't available today, because we all know that if we go on a flight, we can store some of our tracks locally on our phone so that even though we're offline at 28,000 feet, we can still enjoy the music. But there's no feature in music service apps to say, well, actually, you seem to have streamed that track a couple of times now. Can I store it locally on your phone, even without you saying you want to store it, so that, you know, will be better for the planet? To date, I don't know, people correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe I've ever seen a music streaming service with such a feature where it's actually dynamically and proactively suggesting to you that you should be storing tracks locally. And this would be a great solution because many people are at home on Wi-Fi and don't think about the fact that they're listening to the same track 10 times, but they keep pulling it down from servers. And then finally, the idea of one catalog, it's the same music, it's the same, you know, Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd. Why do we need all these copies when it's exactly the same track across all these multiple servers? What about the idea of a central repository of the world's catalog of music that then get tapped into? As long as there's metadata sharing, obviously the music streaming services wouldn't want to lose visibility on usage, etc. But at the same time, not only would it help clean up and make sure there's not duplications, but it would also be a much more sustainable alternative. And this is a topic that has been discussed in the past by some of the executives in the music industry. In fact, our own CEO was part of those discussions in his past role at Warner Music. But maybe now is the time, and with organizations like the Greening of Streaming, to look and revisit that idea of, in fact, a central repository where that same catalog is actually accessed rather than duplicated numerous times. So that's it from me on sustainability and sound.
Andy, thank you. That was absolutely awesome. Oh, let me put my camera back on. There we go. That was absolutely awesome, actually. I think many of us who are long in the tooth in the streaming sector essentially started with audio streaming. Audio is a little bit more nimble in some ways because it's lower bandwidth, and you can test some things out before the networks are fully grown up to support them and so on. So I think you're presenting some really interesting poses and challenges that actually I think will also feed back into the wider video industry as well, and that's one of the reasons why Greening and Streaming has been so keen to foster its audio working group. We are looking for more participation in that working group. Just to highlight that MQA and SharpStream in particular have been pioneering in helping us getting that going, but this autumn I do want to get more people around the table and to explore some of these ideas, and hopefully actually we can start doing some experiments which maybe feed into some of the working group for measurements and beyond. So thank you for all your support and for some great insight. It's difficult being the entity that's sort of talking audio in a room full of video engineers, but it's a very important part of the discussion.
I've had 20 years of it, so don't worry.
Good, you're amongst friends. I look forward to seeing you hopefully at IBC as well. If not, then very soon we'll catch up online.
I'll be there.
Good. All right, brilliant. We'll see you hopefully Sunday. Good. Thanks, Andy. Listen, there's not time for deeper questions at the moment. As you know, we're racing through the program. I'm determined to finish on time. Tim has sent me a message. He is still getting his head cold and hay fever sorted out. So he's asked me to step in and get this next session going. But he's hopefully going to reappear in 5 or 10 minutes and take over with some Q&A. So what I'm going to ask Arnold and Will to do is to just step up and just give us a little bit of a recap. So this topic is all about energy and consumer streaming devices. A little bit of a preface. Arnold gave a presentation which I think stopped the tracks a little bit a couple of months ago. Everybody was like, wow, that's a really great bit of primary research. I don't know how much you're going to go into that in specifics, but Arnold has definitely surprised us all before with some great information. So Arnold, can I ask you to just talk a little bit about what you're doing, who you are, what Radiance is all about, Radiant Media Player is all about, and perhaps present a couple of slides to talk a little bit about the data that you've been gathering.
Yes, thank you for having us. I'm going to share my screen now. Can you see my screen?
Yep, all perfect.
All right, so my name is Arno. I'm CEO and founder of Radiant Media Player. Radiant Media Player, for those of you who don't know, is an HTML5 player. We are building this player to be ported everywhere on all platforms that are currently available on the market, whether it is a laptop, a mobile app, a TV app with web technologies. So that's the spirit behind our player. You can use DRM, video advertisement, and it's also highly customizable. We really build it a bit like, French fashion. We want it to look good, but we also want it to have a soul. About a year ago, we decided to join the Greening of Streaming, and it was very an engrossing experience for us because we really wanted to tackle the subject of client-side energy consumption in the streaming chain. And it's a bit like, we talk about audio-only streaming and really about talking about the consumer devices, also something that we have been doing here at Radiant Media Player, but most of the other guys that I've been talking today and are part of the Greening of Streaming forum are dealing with a server. So as part of that effort, we have been doing research, and I'm going to share now this research. It's focused on web environments, but it can also be ported to any kind of client-side environment. So the first question is, can we measure energy consumption in a browser or web view today as of mid-2022? And the answer is a mixed answer. It's a bit of yes and a bit of no. There is a standard API called the Battery Status API in JavaScript that is already available in most major browsers, and that can already help us to track the energy level that is being used by the device when it is streaming video. So it can give us information about the battery level. It can tell us when the battery status change, and also how many time it takes to charge or discharge the battery. So all of those information are very valuable information when you deal with energy consumption on the client side. It, however, is not available in Firefox and Safari. So it's available in Chromium-based browser like Microsoft Edge or Google Chrome. So that's the first drawback. And the second drawback is we only get percent level data. We don't get watts or milliampere data. So we can say if it's a streaming session has been consuming energy, like if you monitor the battery level for, I don't know, half an hour on a specific device, you can say how many percent of the battery has been consumed for this half hour, but you cannot say at this point in time how much watts is that. So it's really an emerging standard and something that will, of course, be developed in the future. It's not because today we don't have the tool to effectively measure the energy that is being used while streaming content on the client-side device that we can't make any optimization. Another API called the Media Capability APIs is already available today and is available on modern browsers, and that includes Firefox and Safari as well. So we can already use this on all devices that are relevant on the market, include this on TVs as well. The good thing is that we can pass many settings to this API, not just, you know, a codec type or a bitrate. We can specify resolution, we can specify frame rate, and it will tell us, the device actually will tell us, so this is, you know, information that is given to us by device manufacturer, by browser vendors that are telling us if the configuration we are trying to look to play on the device is supported, whether we're going to get a smooth playback, and whether it is going to be power efficient. So it's already a lot of information that we have. And of course, the idea here to build a power efficient solution on the client side is to test different codecs. So we're going to give our player a device and initialize our MPEG-stream with a combination of codecs. It's going to be AV1 plus H.264 or H.265 plus H.264. And we're going to ask the device to tell us, is it going to be smooth playback, and do we get power efficiency? So we run this on a couple of devices, both desktop, TVs, and mobiles. And I'm going to share here the result for the mobile device. We tested on Google Pixel 3a, so that will be Android 11 operating system, and Chrome 101. And we also test on an iPad OS, on an iPad Pro, running iPad OS 15.4 with Safari. So this is going to let us rethink the process of choosing codecs, because what we think is the true today is actually not necessarily the true on the device. So in Chrome, we tested with AVC, HEVC, VP8, VP9, and AV1. HEVC wasn't supported, so we had to rule that out, but all the other codecs, video codecs were supported, whether we are using AAC with audio or Opus with audio. We had a green light for all other codecs. So in that case, we know we can pick the latest codecs, you know, the most sophisticated codec. In this case, the choice that needs to be made is AV1 with AAC, high efficiency AAC audio. We get a support, so the device will play the content. We get smooth playback. We won't get frame drops or stuttering or anything because of the video decoding process, and we will get power efficiency. That power efficiency, we will see next slide, is about hardware decoding. And this is something that we have found out with Safari on iPad OS. Actually, we all know that Apple device support HEVC codec, but that support is actually not hardware encoding, it's software decoding. And as you can see in our testing, while Safari for iPadOS was clearly displaying the content, it was supported, the device itself reported it won't be smooth. So that's, one of the issue here that we are having. While most people think they should stream HEVC content to Safari, they're not going to get the proper playback, the smooth playback that viewers are expecting. In our testing, it actually showed that VP9 was giving us a more sustainable playing experience. So that's one of the concepts that are going to blow away here, is that the codec we think is going to be the more efficient is not actually going to be the more efficient, because either it's going to consume too much energy because it's going to be software decoding, or it's not going to be smooth at all. And this is something that the device can tell us already. Conclusion: hardware decoders outperform software decoders in power efficiency and decoding speed, but you can still use software decoders for low resolution, low bit rates. So that's, for example, for AV1. Most devices that are shipping on the market today, if they have AV1 decoding support, that will be software decoding. That means device overheating. That means playback that may not be smooth. But if you are targeting like small device, like mobile device, you can still use cutting edge codecs, because that software decoding drawbacks will compensate with the fact that it is at low resolution and low bit rate, and the device will be able to render it within an acceptable energy context. Emerging best practice for the client, for the process of building client-side applications. So that really is where we are right now, trying to establish a list of good practices for people developing web application, for people developing mobile application, TV application. What do they need to do in order to have an energy and carbon efficient application? So the first thing is test for hardware decoding support. And this is done through the Media Capabilities API in JavaScript. And of course, if you have multiple hardware decoding options, and you're going to see it quite often, especially with the latest devices, they will have HEVC, AV1, VP9 options. Those devices that are released this year and next year, they will have all these options. So you need to pick the one with the lower bit rates. And of course, this will reduce the strain on the CDN. It will reduce the strain on the whole streaming chain. Do not use autoplay. This is really something that you shouldn't be doing. If you want your application, your website to be energy efficient, autoplay is going to kill the energy savings that you could be making if you do not use autoplay. Even muted autoplay is not going to work. Now, I know that a few people, and we have clients like this, that are using autoplay because they have a business requirement to use autoplay. And that's all right. Like if you have a news channel, you can have autoplay, right? People are going to that news channel and they're expecting a video to play and that to be the main content of the site. So that's all right for this case. But if you can, do not use autoplay, because it's going to torpedo any effort you make for saving energy. Same thing, do not use media content preloading, especially if you're on mobile devices where people are on 4G and 5G plans. They may have limited data. If you start preloading content each time a web page or an application loads, you're gonna kill the show on the carbon white settings. Eventually, there are more advanced notions like limit device pixel ratio. So this is a more advanced concept. I won't have time to talk about it here. It's something that we are just beginning to understand. And another one is cap rendition to actual player size. Again, if you are on a tablet or a mobile, there is no point in throwing a 4K, 8K, or high frame rate HDR, content to that specific device, because it will often be a window player with, a small display offered to the viewer. So throwing high bitrate, high resolution here is not, necessary. So really limits your HLS, MMPEG- adaptive bitrate logic to the actual player size, especially on mobile device. So that's all for me. Thank you guys for listening. I'll hand over to Wilden.
Awesome, thank you, Arnold. So I've seen much of that before, and it is just a stunning bit of work that you've done there. And I really do hope that we can get that type of technique spread more broadly across the industry as a way to constantly maintain insights into efficiency in that browser, particularly in that browser type environment. So thank you once again for that. Will, can I ask if you can bring your camera and mic live? Will Pickett, are you there, sir?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Brilliant, excellent. How are you, sir?
Yeah, very well, thanks. Arno's still sharing his screen. I can see his lovely cherry blossom screensaver.
There we go. Brilliant. Thanks, Arnold. Arnold, stick around because I'm not quite sure how long Will's going to talk for, and there's a couple of questions which we might put to both of you at the end if we've got time before we bring Dan in. But Will, would you like to tell us a little bit about the work that you've been doing? Because we've heard mention of some of the projects that you've been in throughout the day, and you are one of the, or your group is one of the sort of empirical groups that's been really working in this space for a long time. And so yeah, please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the work you've been doing.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks Dom and Adam for having me along today. So yeah, I'm maybe sorry, I was only able to join for the past couple of hours. So so you may have heard DIMPACT come up in other sessions, but for those of you who don't know much about it, so DIMPACT's an initiative of sort of digital media and entertainment companies who are really looking to better understand and I guess ultimately reduce the impact from serving their digital and entertainment products, and that of course nowadays includes streaming. So I guess our approach, I mean, a lot of the talk today has been around kind of, bottom up, sort of how driving efficiency and CDNs and that kind of thing. And I guess what our kind of approach has been in terms of creating an estimation model is probably more a little bit top down. So looking from the end-to-end estimates of the streaming supply chain from, content ingestion and encoding, which we've heard a lot about today, but all the way down to end user devices. So of course, like the streaming, that top-down approach sits across two sectors: ICT, the internet infrastructure, data centers, and CDNs, and then the entertainment and media sector, which is viewing devices and peripherals. So I can make that a little bit clearer if I just share my screen to show you what we do. Dom, give us the go-ahead when you can see that.
Thumbs up.
Cool. So, I mean, so the DIMPACT model sort of aims to put numbers to estimate that sort of entire sort of, I guess you could call it a life cycle footprint of a streaming product or service, if you like. So, the data centers up the top there is what's been covered quite a lot. But then we also go all the way down into in-home networking and end user devices. So the DIMPACT participants, which are generally sort of, media companies, sort of Sky, Netflix, the BBC, have been using this model. And what we ended up doing last year was engaging sort of an independent third party called the Carbon Trust to write a white paper on the carbon impacts of video streaming. I'm sure many of you have read that or heard about that before. But what we found through doing that is, I talk about the white paper because it's sort of publicly available. So what they found was that sort of, is that sort of end user devices and sort of in-home devices, if you like, which includes sort of modem routers, was found to be quite a significant hotspot in terms of the actual overall end-to-end emissions. So that's people viewing on sort of TVs, generally TVs, but also the peripherals and the modem routers. So instead of talk about the whole model, I thought I'd just focus on the end user devices today. So our current approach to this, so streaming companies, of course, have a good idea about the devices that are being used to view their products through, the end user analytics and that kind of thing that they use. So what we can do then is work with them to develop sort of a tailored average power consumption for each of the device types based on their own kind of device population, which gives a pretty good ballpark estimate. There's a few limitations though, and a few things that I just wanted to share with you about kind of what we see is kind of how we can build on this. So at the moment, what we do is we look at kind of the energy consumption of things like peripherals, which is streaming sticks or set-top boxes, and we look at the impact of the actual viewing device, so a TV, for example. At the moment, what we've done is sort of, if we know that a certain percentage of users are using one of these peripherals, is we just add that power consumption to the screens. And some anecdotal testing, sort of informal testing that the team at the University of Bristol, who are our partners on DIMPACT, have found is that may not be accurate, if you like. And the other thing that we don't really do yet is understand sort of the impact of a few other parameters on the energy consumption of end user devices. So, I mean, stream quality, so standard definition, high definition, UHD, and sort of whether high dynamic range is being used. It's not something that we don't have that sort of sophistication in the model yet. Again, you know, that's a data thing as well. So that, you know, it has impacts on the network potentially, but also kind of, does this actually affect the end user device? So if, you know, people are using 100-watt TVs and sort of the stream quality increases and bit rate increases, and more people are using high dynamic range, what implications does that have on power consumption? And so, the other point that we haven't looked at is if peripherals are being used or not. Does that impact the power consumption of the TV? Does it go up or down based on whether a set-top box is plugged in? And also whether there's any difference in power consumption for end user devices in terms of streaming versus terrestrial TV viewing. So I think our first port of call has really been to engage the device manufacturers to understand how they're addressing the use phase emissions of their devices. So that's their kind of scope 3 use of sold products. So yeah, we're really interested in to understand kind of what they're doing to kind of reduce power consumption over time. We obviously know that people are buying bigger TVs, UHD TVs, that kind of thing. So, you know, is that sort of potential increase in power consumption sort of countered by any sort of energy efficiency gains? So that's kind of where we've sort of got to. But what we're going to be doing over the next 6 months is sort of working with a certified lab to explore some of these parameters about kind of, you know, whether definition and bit depth drive a change in energy consumption, or whether the use of peripherals actually impacts the TV consumption. You know, our current thinking is that potentially it does, because you're not using the TV's kind of CPU to show that, just as a viewing screen, if you like. And also kind of, you know, I guess understanding whether there is any notable variations in sort of energy consumption between different streaming platforms, to really understand if, you know, there is some kind of best practice that can be applied to sort of, you know, help reduce the energy consumption of TVs. So really, you know, what we plan to do is sort of publish this data and use it kind of as a bit of a straw man to engage with device manufacturers and sort of other experts. I mean, I'm not looking at Dom right now, I'm looking at my own screen, but, you know, other people to understand kind of what other factors we're missing. And also kind of where there are parameters that do have a material impact, is really updating our sort of estimate, the impact model really, to be able to take that into account, so that then companies can start to think about the implications of their kind of decisions. And of course, you know, it's also a good way to sort of engage with the device manufacturers themselves to understand if there's ways that we can actually gather better data from them on the power consumption of different streaming services, and understand how, you know, streaming companies can actually influence the end-to-end power consumption of devices. So that's all I had. I'm sorry I don't have any results like Arno, but yeah, hopefully we have something more to share with you soon.
No, that's absolutely fine. Well, always really, really interesting to hear from you guys. And I think you guys have advanced the methodologies and the thinking so far, and so on. Is obviously we play in our specific spaces. And Arno, if you let me just bring you both into Spotlight for. Hold on, I have to do some clever button presses to do that. Just 1 second. So if I do that, and then I do that and this. There we go. So basically, one of the things that was going through my mind, particularly as Arno was talking, you know, it's frustrating that Arno can almost read the wattage in Radiant Media Player of what's going on, but you can't quite. You've got to infer it from the JavaScript API that's looking at battery usage and so on. And Will, something I picked up, you know, you're working to engage the set-top box manufacturers and the device manufacturers, and we've got to put up straw men, and sometimes we have to put up testy figures just to annoy these people to get them to engage with us and so on. I think there is some validity in that strategy, although we might have to club together and put up something fantastic and then not shoot each other down and let them jump to their own defense. But it does strike me that, you know, some of the techniques that Arnold's using are very applicable for some of the testing models that you're doing, that you've been driving over within Carnstone's sort of scope and so on. It sounds like to me like we need to put pressure on the software and the hardware vendors to open up access, and maybe that's something that we can encourage Intel, AMD, reach out to some other, I'm not going to name others because they're not members, but reach out to some other chip vendors and so on, and maybe we can form a bit of a pincer movement and get some of this data flowing, because it feels extremely close. It feels like we could almost be at a point where running these network services, we can turn services on and we can start to read right through the network, certainly from the ends. The ends are quite a soft target. We can start to read this data in near real time. Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? I'll put that to both of you.
I think it's a bit early, because what we saw in our research is that there is a crucial lack of academic studies on the subject of device consumption. And I think that in order to engage with, larger manufacturer, we also need, as you say, to come up with something that they say, are you sure that you are doing the right thing when it comes to energy? And the problem is that we are still, in the dark, trying to poke at something. So yes, I think that what struck me when I was doing that presentation is the lack of studies, the lack of academic research on the subject. And I think that they will be coming eventually in the coming years, coming maybe 3 to 4 years. And when we have this information, when the JavaScript API and the other native API have started to mature, then we will be able to push that information to broader vendors and to device manufacturer, because they all key to us having that specific information that we have. But as you mentioned, we in some, if you view it in a specific angle, hopeful angle, it's just translating 1% number to a watt number, and that's it. We can say, oh, this is the perfect carbon efficient streaming strategy for the client's device, especially as we have seen that the watt consumption in the home is more than we think. We say it's the server, it's the compression, but we see that in previous presentation of this event that what is happening in the home, in the router, on the screen is more important than we think. And I think this is really crucial that we get some academic studies here to push this to the vendors.
Will, any thoughts to add to that?
Yeah, I think to your point about, are we closer? Is this possible? We think that that data is available. It's just whether it's able to be shared, I think, sort of from the manufacturers. I completely agree with everything Arno says. But I guess we're probably trying to bypass the academic studies and just get our own information. And as Dom says, I think, put something out. We're not going to put anything out with kind of specific, the brands that we're testing or anything like that, but just get some deltas to understand what these impacts are. Because I guess, it is very much sort of, in the home is sort of at that real end where, where actually, power draw, like if you actually reduce the power consumption of a device, you actually do show a real world impact. I think there's been, and I'm sure there's been a lot of talk about kind of the impact of data consumption on networks and the data volumes. The correlation to energy consumption and data volume is non-linear, if you like. Yes. So so that's sort of, there's a lot of work to be done there, but with end user devices, it's quite clear. If we know that, making one change will reduce the power consumption of a TV by 10 watts times by the number of users, that is actually a real world impact. So that's kind of why we've kind of decided to focus on this, as well as it being a hotspot, I suppose, in that sort of end-to-end chain.
No, it's great. I'm thinking about, right at the beginning of today, we had Dr. Alan Whitehead coming from the political side and the governance side, but we also had Simon from, I think he's still in the still tuned in, actually, Simon from Ofcom. I think these are, I think if we can get our ducks in a row and work together as a group with these parties, it seems frustrating that we can't just read the watts that are being used on a device and feed that back into the network operators so that we can actually see what's going on. It seems frustrating that the browsers don't just have that ability to interrogate the platform they're running on so that we can see what's going on. It's bonkers. Listen, I'd love to carry on chatting. We can't. We've actually, Arnold almost gave you a perfect segue into our next speaker. But before we introduce him, Arnold, thank you as always. A very active member and a great supporter of Greening and Streaming, and will always good to bring you to the discussions, because well, you've been there a while, and you're always great mentors for us. So really appreciate having your insight as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Dom. Thanks, Arnold.
Thank you.
Okay, and as I mentioned just before, we had a perfect segue to our next speaker, because as Arnold said, what we need is more academic study, and the last session is called Sustainability and Academic Thought Leadership, and our go-to shaman, our go-to academic thought leader is none other than Dan Sheen. Dan, how are you, sir?
Hi, I'm good, thanks. Thank
Excellent.
you very much.
I like putting you on the spot, because I do hold you in quite high esteem. So it's always good to do that.
And I'm always nervous when I speak in public. So hopefully I can live up to that.
No, it's us that need to be nervous. Honestly, it's quite easy to start feeling like you've just been talking rubbish when I sit down and have a long chat with you. So it's really good to have you here. So thank you. Please take it away.
So yeah, as I shared with you, I was before over email. I was anticipating a fireside chat panel presentation. So what I have done is put together some reflections. I'd say that maybe are a prompt for everyone here to take a step back and look where we are with our understanding of the environmental impact, because we want to be as effective with all of the initiatives that we're undertaking, and it's super to see all the ambition within the participants here that have presented today. I am an academic in computer science. I'm not constructing these systems. I say that every time. I can never claim to know as on an as detailed level as you how the systems that you're building work and what is necessary to make them more energy efficient. Energy efficiency is what we need, but we also need to have perspective how that energy efficiency sits in the bigger picture of our long-term goals, and I think that's maybe the thoughts that I want to share today. So there's a taxonomy to think about environmental impact of ICT that has been around for a long time, and many of you will have seen this, but not everyone. And it's and I think it's worth to be reminded of this, because it's really very clear to help us structure our thinking about environmental impact of ICT. So what we see here is a matrix from Lorenz Hilty from Zurich, and he this particular version of this framework is from 2015. I've got the reference here, but the taxonomy that distinguishes between three levels of environmental impact: the direct impact from the production of equipment, from its use and disposal on the one hand, which is always negative, the direct impact, and then the enabling effects and systemic effects. This taxonomy that has been around since about 2001 in report from the OECD, and it helps us understand the perspective that the legislator has. Simon Parnell, he spoke about the positive effects that ICT in general can have in the economy and society, and that's important to recognize. And at the same time, the negative effects. And here I've got an example of an initiative that is currently ongoing by the European Union. The European Green Digital Coalition is an effort that tries to establish a robust methodology in order to calculate the net impact of a specific technology, taking into account the negative direct impact as well as the enabling effects in society. So they are trying to put this on a robust footing, and the carbon trust is associated to this as well. So from the perspective of the legislator, it makes total sense to understand the negative and the positive. My expertise has always been in the direct impact, and the conversation that we had here so far is also on reducing the direct impact largely, and that's a valuable thing to do, because I believe we understand not enough what the magnitude of the direct impact is in all its different forms. At the moment, the academic work and also the conversation that we're having here focuses largely on the use phase, on the electricity consumption. Production impact and end-of-life impact is something that is very poorly understood. So we are already faced with 100% margin of error when it comes to the estimates of just the energy consumption from ICT on a global scale. Yeah, we see these estimates out there that put the carbon footprint on the order of 2% to 4%. When we consider the production and the disposal, the uncertainty is even higher, and that's just very poor. That our understanding of something as epistemologically simple as energy consumption or the environmental impact of manufacturing something is so poor. Yeah, there are individuals within organizations that have a partial picture of this data, but in the public sphere, in the academic literature, for example, this information isn't there, and I think we should do a lot better. And why? So yeah, this is what I'm focusing on, the direct impact. And why do we need this? Because we have got an important need to reduce carbon emissions in all parts of the economy, in all parts of the society, because we're setting these net zero ambitions, and net zero is one slogan, one keyword, but it's useful in order to refer to initiatives that reduce carbon emissions across the society and economy. Now, I wanted to put some illustrations into this slide deck, but I didn't want to deal with licenses and get information from pictures from Shutterstock. So I fished in my own photo library, and I got this. I found this photo from a recent summer vacation in Germany. This is the label from the recycling, not the recycling scheme, the fund system, which is a product we turn for glass and plastic bottles, for polyethylene bottles, where the consumer pays a deposit of 25p on the point of purchase of a bottle that they will get back when they return the bottle. And we don't have this in the UK. In Bristol, we're all, and I think it's everywhere. The municipality collects all our plastic bottles. I don't know if this German system here is any more efficient when it comes to what happens to the bottles that are being collected. But I know for a fact this system is so much more effective in collecting all the bottles. You have so much less waste on the streets, plastic waste in Germany, just because they are so expensive. 25p per bottle is even if individuals don't care about those 25p, you have others that collect them. And so this is a great example of reducing waste at the expense potentially of making the consumption of your drinks here a little bit more involved. So my mother's household, they have this big storage space where all of the the bottles are being kept before they're being returned to the shop. That's just people are dealing with this. But it's an example how of a purposeful intervention in a consumer-facing system. And I think for our net zero implementation, we need to be a lot bolder to also think about reducing waste when it comes to digital services, including what consumers are experiencing. And here's another photo I took. I found it quite amusing that those titles were not substituted in the template. Okay, so this is that is my opening, and then we aren't there yet to support. I think that's my tagline. We're not there to support decision making, effective decision making to reduce this waste, because we lack an understanding of what initiatives are really effective. And this has to do because we are using a mix of short-term and long-term perspectives on the impact. And the topic of energy proportionality or lack of energy proportionality has come up a couple of times, but one can think of this as an example of just overheads that we have to amortize, that we have to account for. And those overheads we're facing with on all system parts, with user devices in the network and in the data center. There are always overheads that are not responding on short-term interventions, and we need to start taking those adequately into account when we're making decisions. And we don't have this at the moment. So the Carbon Trust white paper that Will has mentioned before, that try to introduce this perspective and how important it is when we're thinking about changing of bit rates, and that the current methods that we're using to estimate those changes, that they're inadequate. And another offshoot of this is that GSMA were reporting that COVID traffic surge wasn't impacting the energy consumption, which is really an appalling outcome, that the traffic levels in the networks increased by 50% on average. In some countries, BT was reporting 100% increase, but the energy consumption hardly increased. That just means that the system has such enormous overheads there that the energy consumption continues to be is not affected, because we're at other times wasting this energy. So this is, but this I'm mentioning the network here, but we have those effects of overheads in all system parts, and we need to get better in understanding how those innovations that we bring in can actually deal with those overheads. And here's another example from Innocent, a juice brand in the UK. Fantastic, really yummy juices, but really appalling web design and really appalling communications when it comes to green web design. What they have here in the corner, there's this little pill UI element which says "save some juice." And then when you click on it, you get this little explanation here that it says, if you turn that switch, the carbon footprint of the website will drop a little bit. By taking out pictures, getting rid of animations, and turning the colors a bit muddy. Now, when I first learned about this, they were even bolder, and they put some numbers behind this. I've got some benchmark power measuring equipment here in my lab. I didn't see any change in power consumption. So they make great juice, but they clearly have no idea about green web design. And I find this is slightly ironic, but it's actually sad rather than funny. And we have more of those in the academic literature as well. Obringer et al. In 2021, they were estimating that turning your video camera off can reduce your monthly carbon emissions from 9.4 kilograms to 377 grams of CO2. also completely ignoring the reality of short-term energy consumption, and that is what is currently in the assessment methods that we're using, because a long-term perspective we haven't got. So this is there are other problems, and I point everyone to this article from John Coomey and Eric Massanet from last year. Doesn't compute avoiding pitfalls, assessing the internet's energy and carbon impacts in Joule. That has more, that points out more of those problems that we're facing. So so what is needed in my perspective is just a deeper understanding. We need to take a long-term perspective that looks at this cycle here. This is from a paper 6 years ago now, that describes how the demand for services drives infrastructure providers to increase the capacity, and this capacity is been used by services with better affordances, higher resolution, lower latency, etc., to come up with better quality of experience, and that stimulates additional demand, etc., etc. And so we're going around. Now there are reinforcing factors in this system here, and there are balancing factors in this system. This is, of course, just a small part of the system, but I believe this really a deeper understanding of all of the factors that affect that play a role here is needed, and taking this over a long term, and we need the data as well. So that is a problem, because at the moment greening of streaming has got Akamai as an infrastructure provider, but I'm not sure what other organizations that operate infrastructure and that have got first-hand primary access to power consumption data that we have here. So all of what was said before, nudging or testing other organizations through provocative release of assessments, that's all fine by me, I believe, whatever works, but we need to get a better understanding. That is it. Thank you very much.
Dan, awesome. As always, thank you. I particularly like the not so innocent smoothie comment now. I feel slightly less guilty about getting on a plane to IBC now.
I'm not saying that the cautious principle is to, if we know the direction of change, then the cautious principle would imply that whatever initiative we can take to reduce energy consumption, to reduce waste, is useful, and that applies in a small perspective of myself, of my individual behavior. But in an organization, we need to prioritize initiatives. So and that requires quantitative understanding and robust decision making with robust models. I'm not saying that the ICT sector, that these initiatives are worthless, but we need to make them robust.
I totally could not agree more. And one of the things I'm very keen that we put ourselves at your feet to do is to provide as much data from our industry as we can. Absolutely take the point that we do have an increasing number of infrastructure owners. We are not at the point where we've got them all flowing data into our working group for data aggregation, but we're working hard to do that. And hopefully over the next few weeks, we're going to add some more larger, surprising infrastructure players, which will help us normalize that data set. So I feel like diving into a conversation I need to have with you about what we're doing on Saturday at our IBC meeting, and unfortunately we're so back up against it, I'm not sure where we're going to get time to do that, but I'll drop you an email while I fly and give you some update on the milestones that we're trying to establish and so on. But if we can be of more service to the academic community in any way, do always call and let us know. We have a lot of industry engagement, and we are keen to be a resource and make sure that we understand ourselves, but through objective eyes. And I do believe that the academic process helps with that objectivity. So yeah, as always, Dan, thank you for your views and your insights. So I think with that, we will probably cut. I think Tim has not made it back from his medical treatment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring Adam in. I'm going to take Dan out of the picture there, and I'm going to put myself back into the picture like this. A little bit of a wrap up, just 5 minutes. We are at the end of an extremely long 5.5 hours of rapid fire sessions. We've had 31 by my last count, 31 speakers through over the last 5 hours. A very different format from most of the conferences that I've organized, which have been 9 hours and lots of 30 or 30 minute or 1 hour sessions where we go quite deep on subjects. So my brain is pumped. I feel like I haven't been able to ask half the questions I wanted to. Alex has been great in the Q&A, asking questions that we've all wanted to ask, and some funny ones as well. So I look forward to catching up with him at IBC and seeing if he got any answers. Adam, how's it been for you?
It's been awesome. I mean, obviously, as we've said, I'm new to the industry, and from my point of view, it's great doing the quick fire discussions because nothing goes so deep that it's beyond my capabilities. We cover a massive, diverse range of topics, which keeps it very interesting, and hopefully the audience feel the same. You don't get bogged down in massive detail, but you cover how important and how diverse the topic it is.
Now, what we, for me, I think the overwhelming theme of collaboration, which we've been trying to drive through the day, came through. I think the fact that we're getting these organisations to talk to each other, to work together, to try to get some objectivity, came through. And the other thing that obviously stands out, and has been a theme really across this sector and across, I think, all sustainability sectors, is measurement. Until we understand what we're talking about, it's very difficult to really do anything. And I do hope that we've brought to attention what all our members are doing and what we're trying to do as a group.
I think that's it. I think it's very important, and again, when we talk outwardly to people who are interested in what we're up to, and we talk to the academics, all we can do is capture data at this point. It's data and not information. And that's where we're so keen to get people like Dan involved, so that we're actually creating something of value. And we're quite happy to be steered by the people that actually know what they're doing. We've shown what we can do. Now let's make it something useful.
I'm going to take the last question from Alex because I think it's a great, solid question. So he's written in here, how confident are we that we could actually create a proper working model for calculating video consumption? As Dan's just mentioned, 100% margin of error of ICT emissions sounds daunting, and therefore a video-based model sounds unachievable. Well, some days I wake up and I feel like that, but also other days, to be honest, I wake up and I feel like that there's a lot of people getting involved in gradient streaming who are determined to try, because if we don't try, we're not going to get anywhere. And
if you don't start, you won't do anything. All we can do is start and move from there, and adjust the goals accordingly. If it means that we can identify areas that we can make accurate changes to, that's got to be better than no change at all.
Yeah, and without a doubt, even if it's just a cost of living strategy, and reducing energy as a cost of living issue, some of our members have got energy bills that are larger than the turnover of other members. Let's put it like that. And we have to work together to try to reduce that, even if it's just to reduce the cost that's being passed on to the consumer at the moment, just to help them keep enjoying streaming.
Of course.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to just temporarily cut to the slide and stop the recording. I'm not going to stop the Zoom for a few minutes, because after we've stopped all the recordings, I'm very happy to invite attendees to transition over to panelists and to ask questions of any panelists that have stuck around, or just have a chat in true sort of pandemic style. So give me a second and hang about. I'm going to thank you all for turning up. You have been locked to the Greening and Streaming second annual summit. We are all off to IB2, or most of us are off to IBC over the weekend. So I look forward to seeing those of you that are coming there. We will be on the beach at the Jetty Bar on Sunday. Be early, it's oversubscribed. That's all I can say. But thank you, Adam. Thank you to all the speakers. I'm really sorry we haven't had more time to Q&A and chat, but there's another year to come. So let's stay in touch.